Oh my gosh, Grizz, thank you so much. Oh, fucking 17 months. Oh my god, thank you so. Sorry, my bird's still here. I gotta get some stuff cleaned up. Hold on. Thank you. Are you guys ready? Oh my gosh. Huh? La 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 la. My office is in whole new configuration. Everything is in a different place, so if I'm a little discombobulated, you'll have to get used to that for a second. So silly. gratitude. Y'all, I got 2 beverages today. I'm freaking ready. Hell yeah, thank you so much for finding a fur. Hell yeah, everybody. Also, if it sounds a little bit more echoey than usual, you know, I have a little less, whatever, closed space. Hi, Golden. Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Hi, yeah, I'm a little pitchy, a little out of practice. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Sorry, I'm trying to pump up. Hi there, everybody. Hold on, I move my thing. Hold on, I move my thing. Oh, no, mom. Okay, no, mom, no, mom. But what about your dad? Hi, everybody. Oh my gosh. And the music. There we go. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. It has been too long. Too long. I know we only really missed 1 stream. But my gosh. Also, let me get your mom on the imagine that says dad. You know what? It's your dad answering the phone. Your mom's phone. But it's your dad this time. Hi there, Shiva. How are you? No, now Penny needs an updated subscription. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I updated Stream Elements subscription, and I forgot that Penny also needs subscriptions to use my emotes. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hi, how are you? If you have seen on Twitter, I updated my office, and it's much nicer. My monitors are also configured differently, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm a little wiggly wongly today. But we have an art critique stream today, and I'm very excited about it. But yeah, so there was a storm, a very large storm, a hurricane actually, that came through North America. So for those of you that don't know, the Gulf Coast is around the Gulf of Mexico and Florida, and a large hurricane came through and caused a lot of damage to the south. Thankfully, I didn't have any real problems. So we're safe. We didn't lose power. We're good. But there are a lot of devastated areas. So if you see a lot of content creators that are reaching out for help and assistance because of the storm, please give them all your love and care, because damn, it did a lot of damage. It moved through a whole, it had such a huge area. And it's crazy because usually hurricane, I didn't really know this, but when hurricanes meet landfall, when they lose some of their power, they're no longer called a hurricane. They usually are given some other sort of name because hurricane implies that it's drawing force from being over water. However, this hurricane was so strong that it counted as a hurricane well into its journey over land. It was just so strong. So there are a lot of territories and areas that have been affected. So again, support your local streamers, or perhaps not local if you're not part of those areas. But please support streamers that might need help going forward, because there was a lot of damage. Thankfully, I was not one of those. Very, very fortunate, very lucky. So, but yeah, our stream was canceled just in case I lost power, or because, we spent the whole day preparing, getting a lot of stuff ready. We got emergency materials just in case, and, it was just something that we wanted to keep our eyes out on. So it was best to just, play it safe. And it was supposed to be on a Thursday. I had my a final session of a D&D game on Friday, which is why, I had changed the stream to Thursday. Either way, welcome in, everybody. Our distribution centers in Orlando, Peachtree Corners, were okay, and many of our satellites were shut down. Yeah, it was crazy. The wind, thankfully, we didn't have a lot of hard wind, but, it was enough to be concerning. But yeah, we're okay. All of our friends are okay as well. I don't personally know of anybody who's had problems and issues. And I know I have some friends that live in the Carolinas as well, and they haven't been impacted, but there are some areas of Tennessee that are absolutely destroyed. And if you know anything about U.S. geography, the Gulf of Mexico and Tennessee are not near each other. So yeah, everybody's doing okay. We're safe, but thanks for everybody who wished us well. While I was updating on Discord and in Twitter, you know what I mean, on Twitter and Discord, but thank y'all. And today, guys, we've got an art critique stream. This is our second one. So we are going to be doing this every month, hopefully. And last time it was a 6-hour stream. It was a 6-hour stream, and I only did 6. So glad you and the homies are okay. Thank you, Funkle. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah. Is that Antioch? Antioch, Tennessee? God, some of the names are kind of wild, kind of crazy. Yeah, Pigeon Forge in Tennessee. A river runs through Pigeon Forge, and Gatlinburg, and that river was absolutely swollen. I have no idea. Crazy. Watching the Weather Channel rip Florida. I know. Oh my gosh. You know what? Let me give some subs to Penny because it's kind of sad seeing her use those emotes. Here, Penny. While September is still happening, here you go. Enjoy. My own bot. Enjoy, you little scoundrel. I just don't want her to keep waving to y'all. Wow, Maldummy, thanks so much for the gift.
Maldummy gifted a tier 1 sub to Penny_.
Hi there, how are you? Welcome in, everybody. We're gonna be starting up. Like I said, my setup is different. My screens are in different places. I have updated artwork yet again, by the way. This new one is the one I would like to be okay. Since you had submitted last time, and I didn't get to yours, did you send it over Twitter? If you send it in Twitter quick, I'll get it into the lineup. But thank you so much for updating as well. Damn. These bots that like my stuff, get out of here. How are my ligaments? My ligaments are doing great. Gonna say hell yeah, thank you. I'm chilling, was drawing earlier, now I'm not drawing. We'll be prepared to watch more art. We're gonna be talking about art today, and I'm super excited about it. And yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm really happy that you guys have submitted and that we have a form that is much easier to submit things through. So I hope you guys find the form a little bit less wiggly wongly. So going forward, you'll be able to access that form on my card. There will also, at the form, there will be an updated date for the next one. And I will incorporate those into the Discord and Twitch schedules. So you guys will always know when those are happening. You submitted your Karlach sticker, right? I have your current Karlach sticker. Quin is sending an updated character design. If you'd like to send an updated character design, you can. Just the Karlach. Okay, I've got your Karlach sticker. Yeah. And you submitted it in the form, so you're good. I like it when you post events. Yeah. I use the oh no, you're okay, Shiva. You're okay. So the events section in Discord, I really enjoy using, because that way you can, see when they're gonna happen, and I can put in, like, links, I can put in, like, descriptions and pictures, and it will show up in your time zone, which I really like. If you try to do stuff in, like, text in time zones, you have to use an external site to plug in your dates and then like copy and paste this special code into Discord, and then like whatever date you chose will show up in different time zones, but it'll automatically do that if you make it into an event. Same with the Twitch schedules. And I only found out recently that on Twitch, if you look at a streamer's schedule, you can actually ask to be notified and have, like, you can set reminders, which I didn't know that was a thing until someone in chat was like, oh, it's not letting me set a reminder for this event. And I was like, you can set reminders on the Twitch schedule? I had no idea that was a thing. So if you guys are wanting more notifications about those streams earlier, you can do that. I fucking had no idea that was possible. So slay. Absolutely slay. But we're currently working on Halloween stuff too, and you guys smashed the channel point goal to have the information about Halloween made public. So thankfully, guys, I don't know, has that always been like that? Sorry, there's the little widget in the corner that has the time that it's like a prior. I'll have to fix that. I'm gonna make note of that. Thank you so much for pointing at a random storefront over there. My goodness. Before I forget about that, let me write it down, because you know I'm gonna be forgetful. Actually, I can type it. I'm so silly, guys. But welcome everybody. I hope you're ready. We're gonna have a wonderful day. Hoping that I can get through folks still with the same amount of like detail and give you guys good advice, but have it not be so long. You know what I mean? I don't want to compromise giving you guys good advice, but it was 6 hours and I got through 6 people. So, hoping to make it more efficient. But for it being the first time, you know, I think we did well. And I also want to edit down that video, guys, so that for anybody that got critique, you can rewatch. And for anybody that didn't get to attend, you can still benefit from the critique information. Fix clock widget overlay. Okay, we'll figure that out later. That's a later Mandi problem. All right, guys, we're gonna head over to our art screen. Let me open up Photoshop real quick. Also, too, because my setup is new, I am still getting used to having things like it's almost opposite. And I'm also using my iPad for chat over at my drawing screen, so everything's a little wiggly, everything's a little bit different, but I'll get used to it. And this setup is so much nicer. In fact, I'm so excited too that I can potentially put up more soundproof stuff, so maybe things are a little less echoey. Hopefully it's not super bad. But there we go. Move my mouse over. Oops. Oh my goodness.
You got mail.
Oh my gosh, welcome in. Holy crap. Hi there, Raiders. Welcome in. Nearus? How would you like me to pronounce your name, or do you have a name you'd like to go by? Welcome, Raiders. Oh my gosh, I was just moving my stuff over. Oh my gosh, we were just about to start doing some art critiques. Welcome in, how are you? Oh my gosh. Hi there, everybody. Oh my goodness, I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, an illustrator, animator, and a professional goober. Welcome in, everybody. You can spell it how you want, usually spoken like Nirik. Ooh, okay, excellent. Nirik, I love that. Well, welcome in, everybody. Hi there, welcome. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see you guys. Welcome in. Hi, Raiders. Oops, did you see that? I accidentally pressed one of my buttons. But welcome in, guys. Like I said, I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and a professional goober, and today we are going to be doing some art critiques. You guys are just in time. We were talking about the storm and all sorts of stuff like that. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you up to? Oh my gosh, Nirik. I'm remembering. What were you up to? I hope you had a wonderful stream, and thank you so much for bringing your community my way. Doing art. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. If you guys want to see some of the art that I create, just saw you stream only 15 minutes. Perfect. Oh my gosh. Hell yeah. Thank you again. I really appreciate that. If you'd like to send anything in the chat, if you want to pay the art tax, please do. I would love to. You can just send a link right in chat. Also, if you guys would like to see any of my art, I update my socials pretty regularly. I'm most active on Twitter, unfortunately, but I do have a gallery on Ko-fi that has all my updated work. Yes, you can send art. I usually reserve it for the raider. So if the raider has art they'd like to send, that's usually where I am accepting the art tax. However, every month I do an art critique stream, which happens to be today. And if you would like to submit for the art critique stream, you can submit it there in a Google Doc. Animator and illustrator, are you freelance or industry? What have you worked on? I have worked both in freelance and industry. I have worked in paper products, making product art for things like greeting cards, wrapping paper, school supplies. I've also worked on an animated television show. It is I won't mention which it is, but I was a lead illustrator on an animated television show for 4 seasons. And currently I work in games as an illustrator full time. And I made everything on the screen that you see here except for the little guys that are walking down at the bottom. Yeah, I had those commissioned because a pixel artist I am not. But some of the stuff that I've drawn, some of the stuff and that I do, stuff like this. I draw all sorts of stuff like Furbies, all sorts of weird stuff, you know, Garfield, you know the shit. But yeah, so for you, Nirik, if you'd like to share anything, please do. And take a look at my socials, guys, at any time. I'd love to have you. They look nice. Thank you so much. We're actually just about to look at some submissions for our art critique. And yeah, I also reworked my space, my office. So I'm like kind of stumbling around. Already been in your stream a few times. Love your old school Windows style. Thank you so much. Can I share one thing? You know what? Sure, you can share one thing. How about that, Zakat? As a thank you for following, you can share something. How about that? Maybe placeboing myself, but I swear I've seen your art before. Possibly. Solar, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Hey, you know what? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. The mermaid Furby is definitely not, nothing on my 2024 bingo card. Oh, yeah? Yeah, you like that? You like that? Yeah. You can send a link here in chat if you have a link. If not, if you would like to share your art more regularly, and you would like, maybe you want some feedback and you want to have a community, I do also have a Discord, guys. Oh my gosh, Yuki, thank you so much. Welcome in, guys. Yeah, so if you are looking for more like feedback or just sharing your art in a space, I have a whole art section in my Discord just for sharing. So, ain't no worries. Love the goldfish detail. Ooh, now I want goldfish. I was going to make a whole series of snack Furbies. So I did a goldfish cracker themed one. And I'm very happy that people are reading it as a goldfish cracker. You know what I mean? Like, people seem to recognize that it's a goldfish cracker. And I made a second one. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. I made a second one recently. Not recently, but, somewhat recently. That was based off of a cosmic brownie. Schnurbies. I ended up in somebody's stream this weekend. I was like, wow, this person looks like Mandy's art. And you were, in fact, their model mama. Was it Shiva? Were you in Shiva's? Were you in Shiva's stream? I currently don't have a screenshot of what I did today, but you can see some art here. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I love your profile picture, too. Ooh, you have such a cool style. I love doing character busts. Like, I really love doing character art. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you so much. Everybody, please go check out their socials. I can't grab anything because I don't have an Instagram. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Shiva, yeah, I am Shiva's model mama and Juby. Let me see if I can't find. I'm still looking for that other Furby, but y'all. Also, Narek, if you need to go take care of yourself because streaming hard, please do. Found it. I found it. Sorry. Here's that Furby, the Cosmic Brownie Furby, and actually most recently, I completed a xenomorph piece that is being made into prints and stickers. Very excited about that. Let me share that one. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I am so excited to see your art. Y'all, thank you so much. Just chilling? Hell yeah. Well, welcome in. We're about to get into the meat of potatoes. The meat and potatoes of today's stream. And I'm going to hop over to that screen. Guys, thank you again for the follows. Thank you so much for the love. And thank you again for the raid. Y'all, the Furby will be in my nightmares. Aw. You should have been here the other day when I had my Furby model. You should have been here the other day. Holy shit. Hell yeah. All right, we have one more submission, actually, that's coming to you live. And I'm just going to grab it real quick. There it is. There it is. Save image. Happy I wasn't there yesterday. Danny Phantom Fan are considered me your biggest fan. Oh my gosh, that means so much to me. Thank you. Guys, I try to make art weekly if it's not a super large project. You weren't on Drawfee, were you? I was not. I've never been on Drawfee. That'd be kind of sick, though. That'd be kind of sick. Would we be super cool, but no. Why does it do that? Okay, we're gonna call this fakehoon.jpg. I don't know, it's like a JPEG small files. Like, stop it. Stop it. All right, we're gonna head over to the other screen. Let me open something first. I'm gonna open up, let me see. I'm gonna open up one first so my screen just isn't blank. La 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 la. But welcome everybody, welcome. And if this is your first time in, usually I'm not so discombobulated. So today we're gonna start with, let's see. We're gonna start with Shiva because Shiva is one of the folks that had a submission from last time that I didn't get to. So I'm gonna try to prioritize the people that I didn't get to last time so that we can give them the attention they deserve. Furbies in their base existence are already nightmare fuel. Those are beyond my imagination. I definitely see that Furbies are, let's say that Furbies are a little, iffy for some folks, but I promise, they're friendly. We're friendly. I'm also a mall mannequin, so I know people don't care for those either. But what can you do, right? What can you do? All right, let me get into that drawing screen and let me move all my stuff over to my other. Oh my goodness, got those alerts. Would you mind if I submitted a piece of my own? I'd love to hear what you think. Of course. Oh my goodness. You can do exclamation point critique and submit at the form. If I get through what we had already submitted, then I will touch on yours today. However, if I don't, it'll be part of our next stream. These will be monthly, so don't you worry. You can submit at any time, but I can't guarantee that I'll get to them today. Okay? Because we've got quite a few. Y'all were doing lots of submissions, so thank you. I'm moving all my stuff over from one side to the other. Yeah, absolutely. You can submit at any time. I'll keep the form open, and that way, if you guys have anything you guys want to share. Also, too, you can at any time, if you're in the Discord, you can get advice from other folks if you're open to getting feedback from them. So let me make sure. All right, let me make sure that my mic is turned too. I'm gonna have to get used to doing stuff like this. All right, and then let me get my music going for you. But y'all, thank you so much for your patience while I got stuff set up. You know what I mean? I forgot there are actually two things I liked about your streams. One, the style, two, your contagious laugh. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that means a lot to me. Yeah, I was talking to I have some furry friends, and I was talking to them about what kind of furry animal they would assign to me, and one of them mentioned hyena, and I said that's about right. That's actually about right, isn't it? That's about right, in it. Oh my goodness. Windows XP time, yeah. But thank you so much. My chat's now on the other side of my screen, so I'm just like So this is submitted by Shiva. Let me go back into my overlay and make sure that I have Boop. All right. So now let me change this. We are, let's see, at Shiva Senpai. There we go. Oops. Helps if I spell it right. Art critique 4. All right. And then we'll change that every time somebody's got something on stream. How about that? How we doing? Hyenas are kind of cool. Hyenas are dope. I love hyenas. All right. I'm all settled in my chair. I have my drinks. Okay. Got my drinks. Got my hat on backwards. I'm ready to fucking party. Let me unclip this little thing. I redid my office over the weekend, so again, everything's kind of like off into the other side. So I'm just getting used to. And if my audio sounds a little weird, I'll fix it. I'm just trying to figure out where I want to put my mic. But guys, thank you so much. So this is submitted by Shiva. This is Karlak from Baldur's Gate 3. Super cute. I don't think I can send my art using the link. I'll post my art using my phone on my PC. For the critique, you should be able to access a Google form, and then you have to fill out the form and then attach the files. So if you have the files local, or if you need to, you can also open it up on your phone. Yeah, any art that you'd like critiqued should go through the form. If you have any art that you want to share, you should put it in the Discord. But yeah, during the stream, I'm going to be focusing on the submissions that we've already had, and if you would like to submit for the next one, you can do that by using the link. I just want to kind of keep it organized because let's see. Let me see here. Today we have 2, 4, 6, 8 that I'd like to try to get through. Yeah, so you can feel free to submit in the appropriate channels, but I got you. I got you. Yeah, I'm also getting used to doing the art critique streams, so it'll get better as time goes on. I will get more efficient. But this is by Shiva Senpai. This is Karlak. This is actually a sticker that Shiva sent it. Shiva sent this sticker to me. I have this sticker. And I believe it's on a metallic foil backer, which is cool. I submitted, wasn't sure where I could add context, so she might be a little sudden. No, that's okay. Here, let me move over. I have the sticker. Let me see where if I can find it. There it is. I found it. I have the sticker. The sticker looks to be about, oh my goodness. First bear, welcome in, Raiders. Bear raid. Hi there, bears. Oh my goodness. I'm very happy to see you. Hello. Hi there, Raiders. Y'all, sorry about that. Ooh, okay, so it was on a, like, speckled holographic. That's so much fun. Hi there. Yo, Jumps here. Welcome to the Bear Raid, Bear Raiders. Well, welcome to the Bear Raid. I'm not the Bear Raid. You're the Bear Raid. But hi there, Raiders. Bearders? No, didn't work. Didn't work. Hi there, everybody. Welcome in. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. Moving all my stuff over here again. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin, an illustrator, animator, and a professional goober. And today we're doing art critiques of our followers where we're going over their art. We're seeing their submissions. So I'm very happy to see you. What were you up to today? Y'all, it's because I'm reading Bear. What were you up to today? Welcome in. Oh my goodness. We were actually just talking about submissions and how stuff can do how stuff I'm working so hard on speaking today, guys. It's been a little bit since it's been almost a well, no, we had a stream on Tuesday, but there's been a lot since Tuesday to now, but welcome. Welcome. And I'm so happy to see you. Guys, thank you so much for the follow. What were you up to, Bear? How are you? And if you guys would like to check out my socials, here you go. And if you guys would like to check out my coffee, I've got a gallery there. You don't have to follow the coffee or donate anything to see that gallery. It's just an easier way to show you all the art. But welcome in everybody. Hi. We're just about to get started. You were chatting. I hope you had a wonderful fucking conversation. Oh my gosh. We are actually just about to start chatting ourselves. Sorry if my audio keeps going in and out. I'm turning my chair. So actually, this is a sticker design submitted by a good pal Shiva. Bear, if you need to go take care of yourself, please do. Streaming hard, speaking even harder, because if I'm, I'm proof of that. But if you would like to chill out or go take care of yourself, get something to eat, drink, please do. But for now, I would love to hear what you guys have to think. Can you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Jeez Louise. I'll get there. I'll get there. Also, let me know if the music is too much. Yeah. Also, you know what? I have it on monitoring and feedback. I don't want that. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thanks for co-working, everybody. Welcome in. I have to go, but have a lovely time. Looks like great art. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Shiva did a wonderful job on this sticker. Hi there, Celador. Hold on. I just want. There we go. Hi. Yeah. Uh-huh. Thank you. All right. Looks like I'm gonna be off to this side too. I'll be looking at this side. Everything's a little bit different. Everything's a little bit scrungly. But thank you guys again. And for the new followers, welcome and thank you so much. Raiders, welcome. This is a sticker by Shiva Senpai. Have a wonderful time. Thank you so much, Fluff. Oh my goodness. Y'all are so nice. You're all too nice to me. All right, let me see here. Okay, so I got my drink. Oh, so in my hand I am holding Shiva's sticker. It looks like it's about I'd say this is a 2.5, 3-inch sticker. It's pretty large. I think my values were poor. I think now that I know more about levels and working with gradient mapping, I'm able to provide better values. Absolutely, and I don't think this is a bad drawing at all. I think like depending on what you want to do with the art in the future, I think this is a really solid piece. The sticker is printed opaque on top of a really fine like glitter hollow, which is really cool. So I'm really excited to have this sticker physically. Shiva sent one to me a little while ago. So for this, I think the colors are really vibrant. You have a really nice color palette here. The gold is really rich and the reds are really nice. Let me pull out some of the colors and put them to the side here so you can see them a little bit better. And the back of the hollow is actually this orange here. So there is everything else is opaque on the hollow, but the hollow in the background is allowed to show through. So that's really exciting. So we have this really nice red here. And then in the shadows, we get this deeper red here. And for Karlach, like these still read as, good tiefling colors. I think this frame is really interesting and really cool. I think it was a really nice way to make this feel like a portrait, like a vignette. So I think this is a really cool framing element. And because we can't see Karlach's bust here, we can't see her torso, you incorporated parts of the outfit into the frame, which I think is really smart and really fun. So, if I know you also have an Astarian one, but if you continue the series and do more characters, this frame is a really cool way to introduce their personality and elements of the character. So you've got the axes here, which make this really cool traditional style, almost like a placard that you'd find in like a tavern. And you have a banner here with the name. Again, these are really cool like additions to the frame. But it's all giving us more information about this character. If value specifically is what you want to work on, we can add a lot more depth to this art. Yeah, it does have the Fantasy Tavern vibe, 100%. I think if you are a fan of Baldur's Gate, this sticker is a really nice sticker. And if value is especially what you wanna tackle, then I will focus on value, but those are all the things I feel like are really, really successful about this piece. Like, you introduced a lot of really fun elements, even just into the framing, and it still doesn't take away from Karlach herself. So that's really cool. That's a really awesome, like, it's a really awesome addition. I'm also gonna snooze those ads so that we can get through this one without it nerfing all of you. And I'll figure out how to, like, use my iPad to, like, see better stuff, but right now I have the chat on the side, so that's about what I got. So for value specifically, I'll go over with multiply. I'll use a deep reddish purple just for now. Let me set this to multiply, and I'm gonna go to maybe 35% just to start. So I think here you have a really good foundation of, like, contrast just with the color. Karlak herself has a nice even skin tone, and again, a lot of this is elements of the character design itself, but you have done them well. She's recognizable, and I can see your style in it too. I really like that. If you're looking for adding depth, these shadows that are more directly, like, underneath the chin. This stream is 18 plus. Yes. I don't do anything lewd or anything too crass. But I am a 18 plus space. So if you are not 18 plus, you can quietly remove yourself from stream. You can unfollow, and you can also quietly exit Discord. I see. I appreciate you coming in here and supporting me, though. I really do. But yeah, so I am an 18 plus space, but I appreciate your support and I appreciate you sharing. But yeah, I appreciate you and thank you for asking. I'm terrible at neck shadows. Would love to know how to do them better. Would love to. Hell yeah, hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Yeah. And I don't know if any mods are around, but we'll see. So what I'm going to start with here is I am going to have a good night. Thank you. Let me see. Let me see if I can't separate out the background first. Oh, easy peasy. There we go. Let me separate that out. Actually, I'll just copy it and I'll just paste it behind. Perfect. And that way I can do a clipping mask over Karlak herself. Hell yeah. All right. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just select areas that I would like to see darker. And again, I think the default piece here is really strong. So these are just addressing Shiva's concern of having something darker. This is set to multiply, right? Okay. Should probably be 50% then, right? I don't need my smoothing too. My goodness. All right. Let's try 50. Okay. So I'm going to just go under here and add a little bit more shadow to push the neck back. Um, It doesn't have to be too crazy, but if we're thinking about the light where we want the light to hit, we'll want it to capture Karlak's face. We want that to be what is standing out the most to us. One of the easiest things we can do too, so already here's before and after. You can see that her face is already being pushed forward just by bringing that neck shadow down further as a really soft gradient. Another thing that we can do as well to even further push her back is do the same thing to Hi, hope you're well. How are you, Lydia? We can do the same thing down here to the bust that's behind the frame, make her look even more set into the frame. So let me select here. You can add and these can all be on their own layers too, so you can individually control how much there is of something else, but for brevity, So I'm gonna just knock some of this back with, let's see, I'm gonna knock a little bit of it back with I have just a multiply layer here, and I'm just knocking a little bit of it back. with a soft brush. I have like a purpley color. And so here you can see before, after. We're really just calling attention to Karlach's face. So I've just used some sort of purple color with multiply. Obviously in your actual rendering, you'll have a lot more control over, where you want stuff to be, but this is just for ease of demonstration. We can also add maybe a little bit of that up here at the top of the forehead to show that there's a little bit of a slope to the face. The center of the face will be the part that's protruding the most. And if we wanted to add a little bit more here to the opposite side of the face, we could do that. Again, adding a little bit more of a curve to her face. And I can go in and darken certain areas like maybe under the nose. This is a little bit dramatic of value, but here we are and we can probably catch a little bit of this. Catch a little bit of this cheek back here, mainly just calling attention to the shadows as if our light is coming from like here. Let me use a different color here. Let me use a different color. So where our light is coming here, we want to give it a little bit more. Maybe some let's see, adjusted cast shadow underneath. Absolutely, yeah. So you can do a lot with this. Here, we are adding a little bit of curve to the forehead. We're adding a little bit of dimension here, and we don't want to hide the eye. You can use artistic license as well. Stuff that needs to be a little exaggerated, you can do that, of course. You don't have to just like it doesn't have to be photorealistic because that's not your style and that's not what you don't have to play by those rules. But by using techniques grounded in realism, you can add a little bit more believability to some of this. But you don't have to compromise your style, to do it. So here I am, I'm just going in a little bit, and again, this cheek might be a little bit too exaggerated, so let me soften that up a little bit. So here we are with the, before, after, before, after, really catching her face, and again, uh, Narek said the cast shadow on the horn will be no, Shiva! Oh, no. This is for Shiva! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So I won't do too much without Shiva here, but may have a little bit here. It doesn't need to be too much. Da, 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 da. How's everybody doing today? I know anybody that's new. Hi there, Jeannie. We don't keep this kind of. There we go. I don't want to do too much without Shiva being able to see because this is a critique for Shiva, but uh for those of you that are new and can still hear me, hello, welcome. Welcome. I'm happy to see you. I hope you guys enjoy these critiques. I'm really excited to get back into them. The month feels like it's been so long. So at the end of the day, I'm happy to get back into it. Happy to I don't know. I really enjoy talking about art and I really like educating about art. It's really fun. Really fun to me. Welcome back, ad havers. Hiyo. All right. I didn't do much over the ad. I did, however, add a little bit of shadow to the base of the horn here. I realize my submission has a DA watermark on it. Do I resend with the original? I can always crop it out if you like, or you can resend it with the updated one, and I can just get rid of the old one. So here we have a little bit of. Thank you, Miss Bubbles. Hi. Oh my gosh. All right, so yeah, all I did was added a little bit of shadow to the base of the horn here. Nothing too wild. So now that we just spent a little bit of time adjusting our shadows. Thank you so much for clicking on me. We can add a little bit here to the bottom lip as well, or the upper lip rather, the bottom of the upper lip. Again, this might be a little bit too intense of a color, but we're just kind of going with it. Also, for those of you that are missing the viewer attack stuff, I'll try to get that back up. Twitch had a problem with bits and people using bits getting banned. because it was reading the payment methods. So I did get rid of stuff that has bits, but I forgot to re-enable that. So after stream today, I'll re-enable the bits stuff. We didn't have a lot of bit stuff anyway, but and of course the viewer attack things did not have I didn't you didn't have to spend bits to use it, but because bits were in it, I deactivated it just so that people weren't accidentally banned. All right. So yeah, here's just a little bit of work that we did to, before, before, after. Just a little bit to add depth back into it. And now if we wanted to, I'm going to use overlay set to like 45%. Um and I'm just going to use white. So this is an overlay blending mode. And now we can pull out the light here. Yes, Celador, you in the front. I might even use yellow instead of white. Let me see how that looks. Mm, maybe a paler yellow. So I'm going to touch on the areas that are going to be catching the light here. I'm introducing yellow into her skin tone. Did they fix the bit issue? I'm not sure. I heard that it had been fixed by like Tuesday of last week, but I wasn't sure. Is it normal for people to be attracted to fictional demonic muscle mommies? Yes. Yes, it is. It is. I think so. So here I am grabbing some of the highlight areas. Again, this is overlay and I'm using white. So here it is before, here it is after. I've grabbed some of the planes of her face. Just really softly tried to pull out some of that. And you can add a little bit down here to like the clavicle. That would catch some of the light. And I'm going to make my soft brush a little bit finer so I can go in with some really small detail. Maybe catch the Cupid's bow area here a little bit more. Just getting where that light would touch. Thank you. I feel vindicated. Yes, Celador. Yes, again. Wait, Carlax's fictional? I know. It's hard for me to understand too. What direction is the light coming from? That's an excellent question. So the direction the light is coming from, let me get my colors back here. The light is coming from here. Let me make this bigger. Our light is coming from here. So all the light is hitting about here. And if you wanna see the planes of the face, we have the brow here, and the forehead. These are rough shapes here, but we can kinda see that we've got this, like, triangular shape. If you want to learn more about the planes of the face, I highly recommend watching, like, beauty videos, where they do, like, makeup tutorial stuff. So here's this portion of the eye. We've got the brow here. Oh my goodness. Molly.
Oh fuck Moonby dry.
Thank you so much for resubscribing. I appreciate you. We love contour. Yes. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Oh my god. So here you can see we've got, we're just kind of calling out these areas of the face here. Um But you can see here that we're just kind of touching on those. This looks like a mess. This looks like a mess. Why is it doing that? Deny. I don't want sometimes sometimes Seribot will catch the bans, but then it's like you wanna double check that we've done what it we're that you wanna double check that this is spam is like, yes, I do. I just want you to delete it. Anyway, sorry. So here's with a little bit of highlight without. And again, this is just overlay set to 45. Let me make another layer with some white. Maybe let me see what soft light looks like. This is set to white. So if we're trying to our main goal for this piece is to add some values and I think to touch on some contrast. So let the corner of the brow here is gonna catch the most of it because this is where it would jut out forward the most. Same thing with this part of the cheek here, so we can probably add a little bit of this. And again, we don't have to have it be so we don't want it to look so exaggerated, but if value and contrast is what you're aiming for, then we are gonna try to think of the planes of the face and how far portions of the face will jut out and catch that light. So the side of the nose bridge on this side rather than on the opposite side. You might even have a little bit of light caught here in the inner corner of the eye. makes it pop. Absolutely. Here, let me grab a lighter color here. Oops. Hello? God dang it. Why is it I don't want that. No, I don't want that. Oh my god. Oh, because it's my window popped up on another monitor. I see. Get out of here. Hi there, Voracious. How are you? JK. JK, they've been banned. Oops. I fixed it. Sorry. I don't use my DA anymore. I see. I see. Not a problem. Not a problem. And I can remove that prior one. So you don't have to worry about that. So I'm grabbing one of the lighter shades here. And so we might even have the inner corner of this eye being brought out a little bit further. Let me grab some of this. Yeah, I am actually using Photoshop, but the overlay is meant to look like Microsoft Paint. But honestly, Microsoft Paint has some really crazy features now that I had no idea. Like that you can do 3D stuff in Microsoft Paint, which is kind of like what the fuck? All right. So let me just try to get the underside of the eye here. And again, you don't have to do too much stuff. Like this is all just, this is all just going through adding a little bit more definition to the face. But again, if super like realistic rendering isn't what you're after, this is just, you can bring this back. You can make this a lot more mild. It doesn't have to be so intense. There's crazy examples of people actually creating masterpieces in MS Paint. Oh my gosh, yeah. They sometimes people do full like pixel landscapes in MS Paint and it's bananas. It's bananas. Add-ons Microsoft Paint lets you use layers. That's nuts. When back in my day, there ain't they Microsoft Paint didn't know what layers were. It's like, huh, layer, I hardly know her. As a guy who works in MS Paint, half his stuff it's insane. Oh my gosh. That's wild. I know that there's a lot of grandmamas that will use like Excel for stuff like making knitting patterns, which is crazy. So here, let's take a look at what we've done so far. Let me make this clipping mask. Is this anything? No. Okay. So here's the before and the after. Before, after. So we've really just kind of reestablished where our light is coming from. Um, I think if you wanted to get into a little bit more nitpicky too, we could add a little bit more depth here to the inner area of the ear. Just kind of push some of that deeper into the ear. Um, for the hairline, we might want to bring that down a little bit further to reestablish this area of her head. Uh, it's correct. There are a lot of people that don't have this little sideburn area. But by adding this in, we are just further defining where her ear begins and where her hair begins. It just kind of makes this side of the face a little bit less ambiguous and makes it a little bit easier to render as well. So with that, we can go in and pull really bright highlights if we really wanted to. So you already have a really nice highlight here on the tip of the nose. So let me take that same color. We can really bring out some of that color here. Let me even go with like a little bit of, we don't want to make her look too shiny, but we can go in and just add little bits of like really pale, to really emphasize. And of course you don't have to use white either, but really just push in some really bright areas. By adding darker darks and brighter brights, you can, make your image look more dynamic and pop. Um, so yeah, darker darks, brighter brights. That tends to solve a lot of contrast issues. Um, and if you find that you want a little bit more emphasis around the eyes, again, darker darks, brighter brights. Let me go in here and see if I can't deepen some of this. If we want the eyes to be a little bit more intense, we can sink that a little bit further in. Um, and then we can go in with our like highlight colors, which you have a really nice highlight here on the eyelid. So let me just add a little bit more, just a little bit more. And again, it doesn't have to be super shiny. And for the eyes here too, you can do the same thing where if you really want these eyes to pop, I suggest coloring your line art to be a darker version of the color that you're already using for the base. Um, And by coloring the line art, you get this really interesting effect where the eye looks less intense, but by it being this lighter, softer situation, it pops a lot more. And we can make a really nice crisp highlight here to really push that eye out. So yeah, so here's what we ended up with. Here's the before, here's the after. Before, after. And you can still keep your line art around the eyes, but by making them look almost lineless by coloring that line art, it'll draw more attention to them. You can also, again, if you want to add a little bit more interest here to and again too, the horns might be a more matte material. If you're wanting something to be more matte than shiny, then you'll want it to have less contrast. The more contrast, the shinier something looks. But you want to give it enough contrast to still make it stand out. So if we want the horns to be a little bit shinier, we can add a little bit brighter light to it. And you can see here that I'm defining the edges of these ridges by just bringing out that highlight color just a little bit more, and it makes it look a bit more three-dimensional here, just catching like the light is catching that edge right there. Um, and of course, it'll be brighter where the light will hit most, and it'll dissipate where it hits less. Just tuning in now, is this the first critique? This is the first critique. We were chatting for a little while. We've been going for just about an hour. So let me see. One final tip for this one. My final tip for this one is by adding a rim light or a secondary light. So first we have our main light, which I will re-demonstrate here. Our main light is hitting this area. So it's coming from down here or it's coming from up here, and most of the light is hitting most drastically here and then falling off here. And that's a really good way for us to establish value by having a defined light source. But now we want to add a secondary light source to give it a bit of interest. You have this nice orange color in the background. So if we want to make her feel like she's part of this place, even if it's a liminal space, right? There's nothing really in this background. We can introduce that orange color into the piece. Uh I recommend too doing contrasting colors like a blue for some interest. But here, her face is turned away from our main light source, which is here, but it's now turned towards the background, which is an additional light source. So what we can do now is we can start catching this side with that accessory light. Again, trying to think of how the face would hit this light, like how the light would hit this side of the face. It doesn't have to be super, super bright, but we're trying to think of, the planes of the face. I'm going to try to maintain that line art there. But the side of her mouth would also catch that light. We got a little bit here. The underside of her nose would also. And so this is what takes a piece from looking like, you know, really, looking good to being like extraordinary. So you can also too, if you're losing definition in your dark areas, you can introduce this light to kind of re-establish shape. We can do a little bit of that here as well. Maybe like the underside of the eye. And then, of course, you have a lot of dark hair here. So by having this secondary light, you can also make the hair stand out a little bit more. And you can push it back a little further away from the face by doing a really soft gradient, over top, just to make it look like it's a little bit further back in space. And it's competing a little less with the face that is our main objective. Our main focus should be that face. Everything else we can kind of just play with. And this horn back here, we lose the horn a little bit. So let me show that it's even further back in space by pushing it further back with that light source. Do a little bit of that here. And these are really simple things that you can add that'll just push it to the next level. There's that there. And then you can even wrap it around to the underside of the neck as well. Again, showing that she's in in a space. You're basically just lighting her as if this orange area is her environment. So we'd have a little bit of light coming in on this side of the neck, and we'd have a little bit of a harsher, maybe a little bit of harsher on the side of her arm here. Now, yeah, it does look like she's in a tavern. So now she's in some sort of, again, I'm trying to maintain your line art too. This could be done over or under line art. Doesn't matter. But now let me so now we have a little bit more interest on that side. And again, it doesn't have to be soft. You can use, if you have a more stylized art style, you can use like a crisp brush to do this. I'm just using a soft brush for and the brighter the highlight, the more intense the light is. Let me just do a really quick bit of oops. I'm just using the same soft round brush for everything and do a little bit over here just to kind of, uh and yeah, so let me use a red color here. Add a little bit more vibrancy there. There we go. So yeah, so here's what we ended up with. Here's the before. And again, our main question here was for value. So here was our before, which is a really good foundation. And here's our after, really punching up the light. And again, this might be too intense for certain art styles. So if your art style isn't this, intense, don't worry about making it look photo real. But you can take these tips and tricks and implement them into your art style in a way that feels more cohesive with like what you like to draw. And I will export this and oh my god, export and send it to you. So don't you worry. My pleasure. Oh my goodness, of course. Y'all, we're moving right into the next one. Let me export this for you so that you have reference, and I'll send these to you. You guys all should have submitted a contact. Let me see. I will do Mandy, there we go. You'll have a contact thing in the form, so I can send it to you in whichever way is best, usually through Twitter or Discord. But Shiva, thank you so much for submitting, and I hope this was helpful. This is really fun to work on. I have currently 8 submissions. I'm prioritizing the people that submitted last time that I didn't get to, and then I'll be moving into the ones that I have from this month. And if this is something that ends up being really popular, I might do additional ones in Discord as well, just so I can like get to them all. But yeah, people have been really sweet and showing a lot of interest, so I'm very excited that you guys want to hear what I have to say. Very helpful. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to hear that. Thank you so much. Let me open up the next one and get it all set up. There we go. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hell yeah, of course. Oh my goodness. So, another one we have from last time is Quin. This is a character design. Let me There we go. There we go. So this is a character design. Let me update. Let me go back into let me get my stuff set up here. Let me get this stuff set up here. Oh, oh, oh. So now we're working on the next one, guys. Let me do this one. There we go. And I'm either using Twitch names or whatever names were submitted in the form. So whatever you prefer. But yeah, this art we're just doing critique. So I just want to make sure that people know that it's not mine and it's for somebody else. I love helpful critiquing. I'm really shy to ask for it because I met people who aren't very helpful and kind of me. That's oh my goodness, that's an excellent. Okay, so thank you so much for saying so. Have a good night, Miss Puffles. Oh my gosh, thank you. So one of the things that I said in the first critique that I forgot to mention this time is that if you leave a critique feeling worse or feeling bad, then that's not your fault. That's the critiquer's fault. Um, Art critiques should feel constructive and they should feel like you've learned something, but that you haven't felt belittled, you haven't felt discouraged, because that is the opposite of what a critique should be. Receiving feedback should be voluntary. So, right, that's why people submit these to be reviewed. We want you to feel we being me, but like I want you to feel as if your art is already valuable because it is, okay? What you're making now is still valuable and good, not meaning like monetarily, but like this is a good piece of art. Even though you understand that there's stuff to work on, or maybe you don't know what to work on, which is why you're asking for the critique. It is as somebody who's giving you the feedback from somebody who has professional experience related to these things, and even just like partially related, it is my job to tell you the things that you're already doing successfully, the things that you're already doing well, and praise you for those things. And so that you know that you can do more of that, right? So not only am I giving you the good, but then I'm giving you stuff to work on. And I'm not saying bad because it's not bad. You know what I mean? Like you have created something, and the fact that you've made something is already half the battle, right? Picking up a pencil or picking up a tablet pen or molding your clay, the fact that you made something is worth something to you and to me. Like, you know what I mean? So, in a critique, you should never feel like your art was worth less than when you submitted it. Like, that's fucked up. So, if I ever make you feel bad about it, it's my fault, not yours. So, whoa,
You
Strange
got
Lemon.
mail.
Hey there, Raiders. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, everybody. Always ask before critiques and feedback. I usually say, hey, can I? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want people to be able to submit things voluntarily. Hi there, Strange Lemon. How are you? I'm squeezing in here. I fucking love that. Hey there, Lemon. How are you? Hi. Welcome to the mall, everybody. Oh my gosh. Y'all, welcome in. Hi there, Marl. Welcome in. My goodness. What were you up to? Oh my goodness. Strange Lemon. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin. Today we're doing some art critiques, and I was just talking about critiquing folks and making people feel encouraged rather than discouraged. I'm doing so well. How are you? Oh my god. Thank you for the raid and welcome, Raiders. I'm a professional illustrator, animator, and goober. Okay. But, let me see what you're up to. Hi there, Marley. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You were doing markers and makers and crafting. What were you doing? What were you up to? I'd love to see. If you have anything you'd like to share, Lemon, please, please feel free to send a link in chat. But welcome everybody. If you don't already know me, you can find me here on my socials. And I also have a coffee gallery with all sorts of art. But if you're wondering what kind of art I do already, well, how about I show you some? How about I show you some? Stuff like this. Stuff like this, little Furby. Hi there, Star Moon. How are you? Are you ready? Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Now a little pitchy. A little pitchy. Hi there. So I've made this little Furby. We love Furby art around here. Kind of gently cursed stuff. This Garfield, this biblically accurate Garfield. I'm currently making some of these into stickers as well. So that's really cool and fun. Hee hee hoo ha. And this Hatsune Miku mixed with the band Ghost. Just a couple things, but oh my gosh. Lemon, if you'd like to share anything in the chat, please do. But if you also need to go take care of yourself, please, please. No fear of raiding and running. But today we're doing some art critiques, so I'm just about to get into this next critiquer. Critique Papa Miku gonna be a shirt? It can be. I work with polymer clay making minis. I must raid and run, but if anyone would like to follow along, oh my gosh, hell yeah, thank you so much. Oh my god, I'm taking a look right now. Oh, oh, I love miniature food. Oh my god. Hell yeah, thank you so much, Lemon. I hope you have a wonderful night. The alien on a rocket? Oh my god. Please, please give Lemon some love. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Have you seen my Lego art? I love drawing Legos. Yes, you shared those in the Discord. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh my gosh. Hell yeah. I fucking love clay. Oh my god. Y'all, thank you so much. And Raiders, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Hi there. Let me really quickly. We're about to get into our next critique, which is Faye Koon's character design. I believe this is their VTuber design. And we're doing some character design, which is so fucking awesome. Looking at the Stingray miniature, hell yeah. Oh my god. I love clay stuff so much. I love clay. I actually do want to do some sculpting on stream, guys. We also have that little miniature that I was building on Tuesday. I was gonna finish it this Thursday, but I'll try to finish that next week. We'll finish that model. We also can't forget we have a Sonic Lego set from our charity stream this summer. So I want to get back into Sonic Adventure 2. We have the dark route to do. We have the Sonic cookbook that we can explore. Lightning earrings? Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. I make my D&D characters holy symbols and medallions. That's so smart. That's so fucking smart. I'd honestly D&D polymer like stuff would be hell yeah. Oh my gosh. Please, everybody, please go give Lemon a follow. Thank you again. I really appreciate you raiding in and sharing with us. So today, this is Quin. I believe this is their up-to-date VTuber model design. And I'm just gonna touch on the character design stuff that we have and give some feedback. Faye, if you're in here at all, do you have any specific questions that you'd like answered, or are you just looking for some general advice? Because I can give it. Oh, I can give it. Let me pick a contrasting color here so it's a little easier for us to see. Is that I can't let go. So first off, the strong color palette is really fun. When you have a lot of dark colors here, you want to pull out a accessory color that can offer. I have notes. One, very cute. Yes, very cute. I love raccoons. They're super, super sweet. 2, Trash Panda. Yes, absolutely. I love 2. There's a lot of things to love. So one of the things that's really exciting here is when you have dark colors, introducing accessory colors to those dark colors make them look less flat. So you can see that we have a couple things happening here. I thought it was a ferret. I could see that too. When you get back to this big striped tail, it's a little less ferrety. I just made my paladin's emblems and I used beads, fake moss, and made a chain or whatever it's called from leather. That's fucking sick. Oh my god. That's freaking sweet. So one of the things you can see here is that this dark black here isn't entirely black. When you make something entirely black, it flattens it out. Um sorry, my Twitch is delayed. I just keep oh yeah, no problem. Help on what kind of accessories I'd like to do because I'm struggling. Hell yeah. Also, I see the ads are starting, so hold on. Hold on, I know the ads are starting. So I'll just tell chat a little bit about what we've got here, and then we'll get into accessories when Faye's back. So, first off, one of the most important things, like I was saying, is black should never be wholly black. This is it might look black, but here, let me pull some of the color out. This is a really deep charcoal as opposed to black. So we have like a base here that's pretty dark, but then we're going into this lighter shade of gray here. And even then, this is slightly blue. It's a little bit difficult to tell, and the color might be different depending on the screen that we're on. But now you can see here that Faye has introduced purple into the mix. And this is kind of bouncing. You can see here that it's isolated to where the light has been bouncing off of the purple elements on the clothing. So here we have purple on the hips here, and we have purple here on the ribs. Grape flavored. Incredibly cute. However, I cannot eat a digital file. Please find a way to resolve this issue. Absolutely. So you can see here that we've got purple on the hip and rib elements, and these mirror each other. But what Faye has done very smartly is shown where it's called bounce light. So light will come here and bounce off onto this dark surface. So now we have purple here too. And that's adding a little bit more depth. So you can see here we have purple here, we have purple here, and we have purple here. And again, it might be a little subtle on this screen, but that's all this bounce light. The light is coming here, bouncing off the purple, and showing up on the arms. So if you have a character that has a lot of dark colors, consider introducing the colors through clothing elements and lighting like this, or by, introducing some of this color into the overall highlights. So here we have like a charcoal gray right here. And we have this purple from where where the bounce light's happening. But if we wanted to introduce that a little bit further, let's see what it would look like if I used this purple instead. That's why you see a lot of comic book characters that have blue highlights, because they'll use flat black and then blue. So here, let's see what it looks like if I change all of these highlights to purple. Just adding a little bit of that. Again, here on the arms. So now you can see that we have a little bit more interest. So before, after. It's a little bit brighter here, but you can see now by adding this purple, it's a really subtle change, but this dusty purple makes our dark gray look a lot more interesting. And it's even more obvious here in the hair. Faye has included purple in the highlights of the hair. So this is almost like a maroon color, you can see. So it's not just brown hair with here, I'm gonna do a better brush. It's not just brown hair with brown highlight because we have this rich, warm color, this almost like this purpley chestnut color as well. So it's been toned a little cooler. You could tone it a little warmer. This is on the red spectrum. If we wanted to, we could bring a little bit of orange into it instead, make it a little warmer if we wanted to. But Faye has added purple, like this plum color, into the highlights here, which is also super smart. And something that I've seen on a lot of VTuber models is that they will include the skin tone very lightly in areas like the bangs where they meet the face. So let me do that here. You can see here the underside is very like toned like the face. And one, it is, sort of like a bounce light, but two, it softens where the hair meets the face and makes it a little less drastic. Faye and I have been back and forth so much about VTuber design, so I'm intrigued to hear what you have to say. Oh, of course. So yeah, I think you've already done a lot of really smart things by breaking up the dark with different areas because you're adding interest by having, like, for example, having these panels. Let me make a bright color. By having these panels in the side, you have broken up something that might have been a more simplistic design. And there's nothing wrong with simple designs, guys. Simple is sometimes better. Less is more, as you could say. So by having the panels here in the shirt and on the leggings here, we are giving visual interest and introducing color and variety, but you can see that it's kind of simple, it's kind of pared down, it's done very tastefully, and of course you have like this netting here, like adding little elements of fun uh areas of interest. Another area of interest, because this is kind of giving like a thief kind of character, which is very fitting for a raccoon. Raises can. Yes, Celador, what can are you raising? You got a little beer can, you're like, I'm raising my can. Dude, shaking my cans, you know what I mean? Sorry. So it's giving like thief character. You can see here that we've introduced that panel down here on the leg too. So we're kind of going in and out. Yeah, brother. But one of the other areas that has added interest is by giving fingerless gloves. Again, very kind of like thiefy, gives me the idea that this character is a little sporty. And these are also look like leggings. They've been very intentionally designed like leggings. So this character is very active. We're getting a lot of really fun imagery here that implies that this character is very active. Um, because it's almost like athleisure, right? And it's like athleisure in streetwear. Um, and so fingerless gloves also implies that this character is going to have to use their hands a lot. But they still kind of want to have that protection. And they've added some visual interest by opening it in the top. Can you talk about the tail and the asymmetry of the lower bottle body? Yes, I can. So asymmetry can be something that either you really like or you really dislike, but asymmetry can add a lot of interest into a design. Um, and it could be little elements like from like the hair or accessories. But you can see here that the bust up is pretty symmetrical. But we've introduced this fun little hair detail. This is an ahoge or cowlick for any of you non-weebs out there. And cowlicks, I think, are super popular in VTuber designs because they offer a very quick way to add some character and a little bit of interest. And so here you can also see that the bangs are off to the side. So we have, a center that's a little bit off, but then we have more symmetry. We have symmetry here on these portions, but the center has been made a little bit interesting. And of course, you can see here that there is a little tooth here. Again, another area of interest. So really from the waist up, everything is pretty symmetrical. However, when we come down here to the bottom, we've added some interest by having this one leg here and the tail. I'll, after a certain point, this is where our symmetry breaks right here. Again, implying that this character is very active. They've got holes in their stocking. So and they're kind of adjacent to the knee, but around the shin is where a lot of brush and shrubbery or like, little things will catch on the leg. Not so much up here, but a little bit more down here by the shin. So by having that, it maybe this character is super, super active and they've been running around and they've, ripped some holes in their tights. They can make for good secondary action, absolutely, too. So the tail and the ears, and the little cowlicks make for fun moments of movement. So here, we're adding interest by just doing something simple by introducing a little bit of asymmetry here. The tail, I think, for a raccoon specifically, um, it would be almost a missed opportunity to make a tail look like this. What we'd end up with is a blob. Let's turn this character to complete black and white. So let me do that quickly. Let me grab this. So we can just look at their silhouette. I'm going to turn this down. I highly recommend looking at the silhouette. There we go. So things that are really successful here on this silhouette is this tail reads as a tail immediately. So we have this really nice swoop here. You can also see that we've made areas of the silhouette to define the waist. The hands, I think too, a lot of not only is it easier to make commands and toggles for them when they're out to the side, but it breaks up our silhouette a little bit more. And we have a lot of really interesting parts of the shoulder. Obviously, we know that there's a hood here and that these are like off shoulder, but we're just adding a little bit of interest as opposed to, something that's a little bit rounder and simpler. And so this tail being here like this is really successful in giving us a really interesting silhouette and making this character recognizable just being a silhouette like this. Now, if I went over this and did, let's simplify the design. Let's, kind of grab some of it. Let's say the tail didn't come out to the side here and went kind of straight, you know. Let's just kind of grab this. So yeah, a little bit of a we got a little bit of a lumpy silhouette on my side, so sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oops. Wait, there we go. So here's what we can, this is just kind of what we're there we go. So we have this character and we're adding a tail. If we did something with symmetry, it would end up, let's say we still wanted that really big bushy tail. See what that does to our silhouette? It immediately like ruins the whole bottom half. So we now have something that looks like a skirt. It's a little frumpy, and even though this will be moving in the end yeah, absolutely, MC Hammer pants. Even though this will be moving in the end, you probably have it, like, sway out to the side here, sway out to this side here. By having the art just be this big lump, you're not taking advantage first off, you're not taking advantage of the fact that you even have a tail, right? This is, it seems like you could get a lot more interest out of it. So here we've got this really fun design, and here it's a little bit blobby, it's a little bit more simple, and it makes your character a lot less recognizable. But this, we can already see, oh, this person's actually wearing like pants or something that's kind of tight fitting, and they have this big dramatic tail that by itself, without any animation, adds movement. If you wanted to have it come up to the top, so let me undo this. Shoop, 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 shoop. So another thing that you could do is have the tail come up here to the top instead. That also adds a lot of interest. And that way, as a VTuber, a lot of folks don't show themselves from the waist down. So by doing this, you are still taking advantage of that really nice shape, but you are, making sure that it can be seen more often. And again, this could be something that's a toggle as well. Um, so yeah, I think the silhouette's really fun. Again, you're still recognizable, right? You're still taking advantage of the fact that you've got a tail, and it makes it really fun. You can do a lot of wagging. I know some people will tack together their facial expressions with tail movement. I believe that's something that they've done through vBridger, like, they'll have different parameters, like, trigger movement in the tail. I think a really good example is, Bunchata and Basilwoof. Bunchata rigged Basilwoof where I believe it's tied to his eyebrows, but when his eyebrows do certain things, his tail will wag faster, which is really exciting. So again, we're just flipping the silhouette to be on the other side. But I think raccoons, since the tails are so heavy and so thick usually, having it be down makes it look less like a cat and more like something like a raccoon. So again, these are all things that I think are working really well. For accessories, if we wanted, because that's I guess that's what Faye really wanted some answers on. So after this is what's established. There's a lot of really cool stuff. Again, too, we have this little paw print here that makes it look less like a cat. Again, more like there's little fingies. Sometimes it's tied to the eyebrows, sometimes it's tied to the mouth. It could be made either in Live 2D or VTube Studio. Okay, hell yeah, that's really fun. That's something to play around with too. So for accessories, wah. Oh my gosh, thanks for quacking at me. You quack me up. Whittle away. All right, so for fun things for accessories, let's see if am I on the mark in that this character is meant to not necessarily be a thief, but be kinda sporty, uh, a little not jockey, right? But a character that's really active. Thank you so much for shitting your pants. I really appreciate it. Everything in the design is implying that this character moves a lot. This character is very active, and knowing what we know about raccoons, that tracks, right? That tracks. So if we want to supposed to be a thief, excellent. Okay, so I was on the so see, your design already translated that. So as a thief, what kinds of things would this character benefit from having? We've already established just visually that this character is already very active, and the raccoon also, and the mask implies thief. That read really well. I already mentioned that before even getting confirmation. So you've done it very well. So now we can think about, okay, what kinds of things would this character benefit from having as a thief? What do thieves do? They steal shit. Nice. So where is she going to put the things she takes? You can see that here we have some little pouches on the arms that can be utilitarian, right? You can put
That's
lockpicks. That
suspicious.
is suspicious. So you can put, lockpicks and bobby pins or stuff like, even maybe even like, for example, a lockpick can be a bobby pin. So maybe you give a couple bobby pins. Those not only are those already very typical for like VTubers, right? You see that all the in anime, right? VTubers tend to draw from anime a lot for inspiration. But including bobby pins in the hair is giving another tool to your thief. So let me type Dobby. Oh god. Sorry, this font's fucked. It's called Schlop. So let me just fucking turn it into something else. Creeper font. Oh my gosh. Speaking of Creeper, y'all, did you see the update to Minecraft that's gonna be coming out? Oh my gosh. Guys, they're gonna have weeping angels in Minecraft. Can you imagine? And they have a little biome now that's like this little haunted forest. Kinda sick. Alright, so Bobby Pins. Boop. Not only now are we reintroducing a little bit of asymmetry into it, but we're also adding a tool. I'm into it. Yeah, me too. Me too. And the mob design looks really cool. The mob only spawns at night. So if we added bobby pins to the hair, and even too, you can add, maybe you have like another one over here or whatever, but you're just adding tools to the arsenal and they're disguised as accessories. That is super cute. It's giving totally spies. It's giving totally spies. You know what I mean? So yeah, now it looks like I'm hold on. It looks like I'm looking all the way over here, and I'm gonna fix that. I know you guys probably don't care, but I kill. I'm gonna go to honk and recalibrate. Recalibrate. My character ignore the arms. Oh, ignore the arms. Here, upper right. Perfect. Okay. There we go. Oh, but now my arms are fucked too. Hold on. Let me fix the arms. Let me fix the arms. Calibrate. Out here in the middle. See. 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 All right. I did have a whole, belt thing before my sketch, the bag attached with her leg as a holster. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Alright, hold on. What? Bottom left, I did. Okay. Click, click. Okay, I'm clicking off. Hello? Where's my hello? Why is it, there we go. My gosh. What the fuck is happening? Hold on. Have a great night. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Hold on. Let me fix this. Hold on. Okay, my character will be about here. See? Top right of the screen, top left or bottom left. Okay. All right. Jeez Louise. All right, fixed it. I don't need those. Y'all, we could lose it. Okay, so by introducing pieces of the accessories that can also be used as tools, we now have a really interesting bit of story and you can add a little bit more character. Another thing, like you mentioned, you had a belt. However, belts can get kind of clunky. So, you also mentioned what was it, a bag attached to her leg with a holster. So yeah, you could have that here on this side. Maybe above the skin break. Uh, you've already got asymmetry here on this side. So you could capitalize off of it by having, your holster here with little bits of, but you have a little scar there, so you don't want to compromise the scar. So, you could kind of have it on this side, but then we're kind of running into like a little shorts moment here. So maybe you could introduce it a little bit lower, somewhere here, some sort of little tiny belt here. But you'll, just see what kind of stuff sticks out to you. A slung tool belt. I was actually thinking of either like a fanny pack or some sort of backpack. It's not often that you see VTubers with backpacks. So I think that could be really fun. Being able to hold larger tools for bigger jobs. Having something pretty interesting. So, and again, a backpack can be a little bit too, symmetrical and you get into the blob. So by having something like one strap to this backpack, you can also have the bag hanging out on this side, and have elements like keychains. Obviously keychains rattle, so you might not want keychains, but here we can imagine there's a second strap that's dangling. So if you move around, your bag will be moving back and forth. Maybe the keychains are made of fabric. You've got like little plushies so they don't make any noise. And that's another, that is another element that implies that this character is meant to be sneaky. So backpack with oops, with fabric charms. So now we're thinking of like, okay, this character wouldn't want their bag to rattle, so they have plush keychains. They still want to look cute. They still want to have accessories, but they, don't want to be heard. Oops. This would be behind the character here. And we're contributing to that, asymmetrical, you know, that asymmetrical silhouette still. So something kinda like that, if that makes any sense. Boot holsters is also a really good idea. I have a bag in real life that's a fanny pack that goes across your chest. Yeah, you can also do that as well. Um, Let me see about these boot holsters. Hi there, Tay, how are you? So yeah, you could, introduce something into, maybe not like a dagger per se, but if there are other tools that your character likes to use, maybe there's a screwdriver here, right? A screwdriver that's tucked onto the side of the boot. Um, or maybe too, you might want to design boots that look like they can come apart. Maybe there is something that can be integrated into the heel of your shoe. There's all sorts of stuff that you can add to imply that this character has, and maybe too, it looks like it's been homemade. If this character is kind of rough and tumble and has made themselves into a thief, maybe there is an element like duct tape on the shoe that looks like you have attached something to it yourself. You could do something fun like that. Have things either sticking out of the boot or on the side of the boot. Again, we can reintroduce, tools like this. Or even to having, you know, something in this holster. So maybe instead of a bag, it is straight up just like a holster for different tools. Things like that. Who all have you done already? I've only done, Shiva and then this Fae currently. So, yeah, this could be like some sort of tool holster on the leg, somewhere easy where your hand can grab at it. Um, Let me type. Tool holster. Holster, I hardly know her. Sorry, I already made that joke today. Can I make you smaller? My goodness. Things like that. Even more, and maybe even to the duct tape. Let's say the duct tape is just keeping the sole of the shoe on, you know? If this character has some holes and some scuff marks, some scars, maybe your character is just literally trying to keep herself together. I think little elements like that can add even more interest. And also, maybe she found the boots in the trash. Fuck. Comedy comes in threes. That's what she said. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. So yeah, so if you wanted to add a little bit more element of trash as well to your character, maybe the holes have implied that these were leggings that your character found. Maybe she's like, these are cute. I'm gonna take them. The duct tape, adding a little bit more character. So like I'm just gonna write it tape. Maybe the laces on one side are different than the other because maybe the one shoe didn't have laces, so maybe there's different color laces on one side. You don't have to integrate all of these things, but, there are different things that can tell the story of, like, "I found this stuff, and I'm using it." And so having the accessories be mismatched to one another also implies that your character just found this stuff. However, you can also keep the integrity of your initial design. Um One other addition that I think would really, like, take the character from being really, really good to really, really great is introducing one accessory color, an accent color. So currently, we have a lot of really nice purples. These are really nice purple shades. Personally, I just really like these colors. So we've got the purple that comes up into being this nice lavender, and in the eyes, we get into like the pink territory. We have a little bit of a magenta moment. So we already have some really nice colors here. So either adding a bit more of the magenta where we see, the eyes have this pink. So maybe it's something like, we introduce that into the accessories. So maybe some of your accessories have like more of this magenta color in the keychains, or maybe the bag itself is like a deep magenta. The nails you can see here are already this lighter purple color, so you're already introducing like a more magenta into your nails, but I think we can put that in other spots too. So let's see. So yeah, if we wanted to add maybe some of the trim, like we don't want to take away the fact that your character is supposed to be covert. So maybe the inside of the hood is this really vibrant magenta color. Let me turn this to color. Let's do overlay. Ugh, we'll do linear light. So maybe the interior of your hood is this really bright pink color. Just to try to get it in, get that color introduced into more spots. Let me dull it down a little at the base there so it doesn't look so crazy. And then you can also do stuff like maybe the top of the sock. Oops. Maybe the top of the sock is this color instead of this like almost like leathery color. Maybe it's this pink color. Just kind of, you might be able to incorporate it into the seams. A lot of athleisure will have they'll either be like white or like bright color. So you can incorporate that there as well as just further pulling some of those details out. Um and making that color appear more often. But yeah, you've already got it in the nails. Maybe it's something like a zipper, right? Maybe the zipper or buttons on your accessories have that color. And by bringing that in, you're adding a little bit more interest. And also, too, at like a color standpoint, this magenta color is a warmer color compared to your purples. So now you are being given, you know, an opportunity to introduce some warmth into your cool color palette. Aside from just the brown, which the browns that you've used are also very cool in color. So yeah, I mean, pretty awesome design. I really like it. I'll send some screenshots your way as well. But I'll make sure that you get these for anybody that has their designs looked at or their art looked at. I will be sending them to you. There we go. There's that. Let me get the color palette version as well. I like that a lot. Thanks so much. Oh my goodness, of course. Y'all, thank you so much as well. We're gonna go right into the next one too. Let me make sure that I save this. We're gonna save this. There we go. I'm making sure that I put the word Mandy at the end so y'all you know which one it is, just in case it's named the same as something that you have. I doubt it, but I just want to make sure. Hell yeah, little SpongeBob emote, so silly. Let me take a drink of my water. Y'all get a drink of your water. Okay, take care of yourself. Uh-oh. Are my hotkeys not working? There we go. I just had to click on something else. Mm-hmm. Also, y'all, we're going into an ad, so we're gonna take a really, really quick break, and I'll get the other ones set up. Okay. Yeah. Thanks so much for shitting your pants. I appreciate that. So the ads are coming. We'll just do a quick break so y'all can get your situation, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, do what you want to do, and we'll be right into the next one, okay? Be right back. Oh, my frame rate. Oh, she's rough. All right, everybody. Are we coming back? Welcome back. Thank you so much. Welcome, ad havers. Trying to get Photoshop back up. There we go. All right, we're gonna be moving right into the next one. Hold on, hold on. So now we are on to the third one that has been submitted since the last time. Let me go back to my art screen. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Hell yeah. Also, let me get the volume on this music just a little bit. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Hi, how are you? So this is from Gummy Shark. Let me update our text. Here we go. Gummy Shark. Oof. Looks kind of crazy with it being a underscore like that. Let me fix that. There we go. There we go. Done. All right. So this is Gummy Shark's submission, and I think it's really fucking cool. So we're gonna get right into it. Yeah. Welcome back. How's everybody doing? Hmm? How we all up to? Are we up to doing tricks and all sorts of shit? So Gummy Shark has a really fun and vibrant art style, so I'm really excited to talk about this one. And this is one that they submitted last time. Gummy, if you're still in here, is there anything specifically that you would like feedback on? Anything in particular that you'd like to address? And in that case, I'll start talking about it, anyway. But I really like this style. I don't know if this was done digitally or is done traditionally in tandem with digital, but I think that's really cool. Let me there we go. Because this almost sorry, I hit my microphone. This almost looks like marker. Um, and that could definitely be just a digital factor, but it's done really, really nicely. This character looks like they were done in marker on maybe some sort of paper and then scanned in. It gives the impression of there being like mixed media present. So the background, I think too, part of that is that it's giving highlighter as well. The brushes that were used have almost like a bleeding effect. Hi there. Hi, how are you? Well, hello there. Did you know that the mountains aren't just funny, they're also hilarious. Hi there. Thank you. Interstellar. Thank you. Enhance, computer enhance. Computer, show me this guy's balls. So you can see here that there's almost like a bleeding effect that you would get when you overlap marker on top of each other. So this is really a really let me it's hard to find a contrasting color, but let me grab like this blue here. So you can see here around there we go. Around like areas like this, even though it is a darker color, it's giving the impression that it's been gone over multiple times. Like I said, a bleeding effect. Which I think is really cool. But what gives it away, I guess, as digital is like here we can see areas of symmetry, and that kind of tells us that this was done digitally, but it could have also been done with like, going back into a traditional piece and like, copying and flipping elements. Like that's also possible. Um, Wait, do you submit art or is it too late? You can submit art at exclamation point critique. And I might not get to it this time. I will be doing this every month though. So if you've missed your opportunity this month, don't worry. I will have this won't be the last time. Hell yeah. Thank you, Celador. I see you. Ever so helpful. Oh my gosh, welcome to the mall. Thank you so much for the follow. So, I guess let's get started. I mean, we've already started. One of the things that I really like about this is we're getting elements of clown, not just in color, but if we're gonna approach this like a character design, let's see what things are really subtle. And you might be saying, Mandy, what do you mean? What do you mean clown? Well, one of the things here is upload my fancy stick figures. Hell yeah. Dre! Oh my gosh. Welcome, Draters. Hi there, Dre. Oh my god. Did you hear me? Did you hear the giggle I just guggled? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Draters. I'm so happy to see you, Dre. Let me move my computer over here. Not my computer, but hi there, Dre. How are you? Good evening, dear friend. How are you? Oh my gosh. Welcome, everybody. Hi. What were you up to today? Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I'm so excited. I should have it do the automatic double shout out thing so I can see what were you doing. I want to know. You're playing Metaphor Rifantasio. Ooh, I have no idea what that is. Was it fun? Did you have a good time? Raiders, welcome in. I'm Mandy Quinn, mall mannequin, an illustrator, animator, and a professional goober. Okay. And Dre is a really dear friend. So if y'all don't already follow Dre, please do. Really fun person. Has been starting streaming recently and is playing a lot of really fun games that I wouldn't have ever is it a Souls like? Ooh, I've been meaning to torture myself with a Souls-like game. It's the demo, it's amazing so far, a whole lot of Persona vibes. Ooh, I only know Persona from the art style. I have no other experience with Persona, but I know a lot of people too will base, like, their character designs and get very inspired by, like, the art. I think in a lot of ways, it reminds me of Danganronpa, where, like, the art style and, like, the overall mystery of the lore of the games tends to like drive the fan base. That's just from a casual observation. But Dre, thank you so much for the raid. If you need a raid and run, please go take care of yourself. But today we're doing our art critiques. We're on the third critique. This one's for Gummy Shark. And we're just talking about all sorts of fun stuff about art. So if you guys are curious and are interested in hearing about thank you. So oh my goodness, so demure, so very mindful. Little tie. Oh my goodness. Hi there, Aries. Love the colors. Me too. Hi there, Aries. Hold on. Where's my hand? Your little butterfly. Hi, hi, hi. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Is there a command that brings up your card? If you go to my socials, I believe that is my card. I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah. So socials, exclamation point socials just takes you right to my card. And on the card, there is a link to the art critique as well as my coffee, which has a gallery. Ko-fi, coffee, however you like to pronounce it. So this is our third piece. Dre, once again, thank you so much for that raid and welcome raiders. That's why I wanted to know. Hell yeah. Yes, there should be a link. Let me take a sip of my I have got this matcha latte and I ain't taking no sip of it. So let me oh my goodness. Burned my fingers yesterday. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, at least now you can't be tracked via fingerprints. I'm just kidding. Please take care of your little fingies. Also now seeing interstellar desk plant. I love that name. Y'all are so creative with your names and shit. I'm just mall dumpy, you know what I mean? Did the wife bring you that? Yeah, yep, she did. Yeah, she did. You know me so well. Fun fact, your skin in melted plastic doesn't work well. Nope, I wouldn't think so. Be careful around melted plastic and molten materials, guys. So some of the things that we can see that remind us of clown might be missing here. Okay, so usually when you think of like clown characters, you're used to seeing like a nose, which okay, but also I kinda love that. Wait a minute, I kinda really like the nose. Shit, I don't know if Gummy's still in here, but Gummy, I kinda like the nose on this. Anyway, things you usually see that remind us of clown characters are like face paint and noses, and vibrant colors. And so for this, we really only have the vibrant colors to go off of, except we're seeing little subtle hints in the design here. You can see there's a ruffled collar down here, and there's a lot going on. But you can see there's a ruffed collar. There's also like decora K elements here. This is a style, a Japanese street style called decora. And this is very reminiscent of it. There's also styles like kidcore and all sorts of stuff that integrate elements of childlike imagery and things like, you know, toys, things that are often reminiscent of our own childhoods and things like that. But also I'm noticing here that the shirt if you let me see if I can't you know what I'll do? I'll make it a little bit easier to read here. Let me do something where let's see. There we go. There we go. Hold on. I'm trying to make it a little bit easier to see what I'm talking about here. Okay, there we go. So the shirt here is a crayon box design. So if I here's the torso here, we've got the sleeves which have like these rainbow stripes here Again, there's a lot happening here with this. So if we're digesting it, it's super subtle, but you can see the top of the Crayola box right here and these crayons in here. You know, I feel like you can imagine that there's the tops of the crayons here, but you're getting that very quintessential Crayola wavy band across the bottom and this opening. So the shirt is giving like Crayola. So there we've got a Decora kidcore vibe here, which is very reminiscent of Gummy's style that I've seen. Hi there, Tart. How are you? Would the position of the character help with readability? That's absolutely correct. So first off, I'm just talking about things that I'm seeing that are successful. So I really like the vibrant color. There's enough contrast to make the colors feel grounded. We're also repeating the same colors. So we aren't just using like a lot of colors. We are using, you know, similar greens here. I'll use white. Similar green here to what we see here and here. Rather than making 15 greens, we're offering a couple.
Remember to drink some water,
Thank
Mandy.
you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Let me take a sip of my water. Mhm. Thank you. So we're getting a lot of the same colors. And so the accessories here, this accessory, the earrings here, and the choker here are that same magenta. So we're giving ourselves like bench points, but we're reducing the colors to a limited palette, even though there are a lot of colors. Another thing that we can see here is that we have this dark like purpley color, this deep violet or indigo that grounds us. So we can be, you know, we can see this is meant to be the skin tone here, here, and that helps us kind of push the character's like body back and then everything else comes forward. It's very brightly colored. I have color dyslexia, so I don't get what you're talking about. That's okay. That's okay. Heat pads are all packed away because I moved recently. Oh, Shark Week. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Thanks for lurking, Reverie. How are you? So yeah, definitely there are a lot of colors. And so we can do a couple things to help set this apart. I think the pose is super interesting. We have a really dynamic silhouette here. So if we just wanted to, hi there, Kiri, welcome in. So if we wanted to just tackle this character's pose, let me do what I did before. Let's just kind of bring it back. Even to we'll just go with silhouette. I'll do one at a time. Silhouette here, very fun. There's a lot of things to like, and though we can say that the character's position could make it easier to read, the fact that Gummy used this dark indigo for the character and that all of the fingers are parted, this is actually helping us. The information on the shirt is not as important as being able to tell what is what. So here we have a hand, we have another hand here. The fingers are spread, so they are reading as hands. And of course, you have the nails and things like that. But then you have things like the ears. You have a bit of the neck back here. So we are being given the information that, okay, this is a character in an outfit. And, you know, we're just kind of grounding it. But these hands are actually doing more favors than they are, you know, hindering. Maybe one hand rotated 90%. Well, so the thing is, the shirt, I feel, isn't necessarily what we're not trying to call attention to their shirt. We're trying to call attention to this character. So, in fact, we might be able to do more things to make the shirt less competitive with what we're actually trying to see. We're trying to see the character. We're trying to see, you know, we should be focused on the person, not what they're wearing, if that makes sense. So, although I did catch that it is a Crayola box, that's not necessarily what the character is all about. The character has a lot of clown elements, a lot of space alien elements as well, that are fun and interesting. So how can we make this character more legible with a lot of color? And a lot of that comes down to value, having different values. But for silhouette, there's a lot of really identifiable things that are out in the open and not overlapping each other. And that helps us have a more legible silhouette. So the silhouette isn't necessarily the problem. But now, how do we capitalize off of the strong silhouette we already have? So, see, we have everything that's very definable, and then we're interrupting with these shapes. because they're solid and they're dark. And so they are acting almost like negative space. So how can we make more of see we have all of these areas that are strong. How can we make the rest of it read as well? So let's start by doing something like seeing what our values are. And how I like to do that is I like to take a mid-tone gray and I cover the canvas and I set this to color. And so now you can see here better what our values are. Let me make a contrasting color here. So the darkest values here are the skin. And again, we were already saying, we'll do like 1, 1, 1, 1. We were already making note of the character's skin being a really strong contrast to everything else. But now everything is reading in a middle gray. Almost everything else is reading as a midtone. And so, how can we push that forward or backward? Is what we'll focus on. One way that'll be super helpful is having some line art. Or if we don't want line art incorporated, adding a little bit of, shadow. However, with this art style, I feel like the shadow and shading isn't necessarily something that Gummy wants to incorporate. And of course, without Gummy saying so, we don't know. So we can utilize line art to help us separate things, and one of the fun things about line art is you can make things thicker or thinner to even further, show that something is over or under something else. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a fun brush. Oh my gosh, Dre, you just coughing, having a fit. So one of the things here that I'll do is, we can see that this is a mask and we can even see that these tentacles are coming through and under the mask. So let's see, having a bit, yeah. So here, let me grab one of my simple brushes and let me just start integrating a little bit of line art. And again, this doesn't have to rely on line art. It seems like it's almost like a lineless style, but I've taken a deep navy color that matches the navy that's already been used in the palette. And now we can see that we are already now being given an anchor point for where things are starting and stopping. And immediately it's helping, and of course too, we don't even have to have this line art be that dark too. If we want to keep it lighter, welcome to the mall, baby rainbow. Hi. Wah. How are you? So let me make this line art lighter, a little bit lighter. Hi, how are you? I'm your little butterfly. Hi, hello. Yeah. Only thing I can draw when I'm doing anatomy is doing socks as a character's body, just because I could draw some stuff sometimes. That's absolutely understandable. That's understandable. So by adding line art, we are further defining, we're keeping this like, almost lineless style or this more graphic art style that doesn't need a lot of like shadow and lighting. And we're using, oh, hold on, we're using lines to help us further, define the boundary of one thing to the next so it's a little bit more legible. So here we are, adding a little bit of line. And again, line art is not a necessary thing for all styles. But if you're looking to have something that's a lineless style, how can we incorporate either value to help us separate things or, contrast? You need a little bit of something to help define these boundaries. Again, I'm using this like blue to kind of just further separate things. So already, before, after, we're establishing more boundaries. Again, too, the interior might not need line work, but maybe the exterior has. So on this rough, we don't want to add too much detail, but maybe we're going around the boundary of the rough, adding a nice thick line. Here's the neck back here, but we're keeping the interior nice and soft. And even that will help us define the visual border between things. This also is very helpful if you use like a thicker line on the outside and a thinner line on the inside, or just color your line art. But now here you can see we have a nice dark color to help establish what shape is what. And it makes it a little less confusing to our eye because the line art is acting like a border between things that are very much of the same value. And so we don't have to compromise the flat, vibrant art style that we have by adding like a bunch of shadows and stuff. We can maintain that, but we are giving ourselves something for our eye to feel grounded on, which is the line art. But again, if you don't like line art, then we would try playing with the value of the colors. So now here you can see here between this green nail and this little tentacle tongue, we've separated them by incorporating line art. However, let's say line art isn't something that Gummy wants. And again, we don't have Gummy here to tell us. So let's say that line art isn't something that Gummy wants. Now we have to play with contrast because again, we have the dark areas that are working very well for us and everything else except for this back like this outline here, everything else is very mid-tone gray. So now we have to start thinking about things we want to push and pull in their vibrancy. So for example, we have this really pretty like pink purple that is for the mask and the ruff, and I like those. So let's make those lighter. So I'm just going to grab white, and I'm very loosely going to do this stuff, so it might look a little rough. But I'm going to take white and I'm going to go over and I'm just going to kind of highlight over top of this mask here and the ruff because those are meant to be like a lighter color than everything else. And we are going to start by doing that by making it a lighter color. And again, without Gummy here to say what their intention behind some of these style choices are, I'm just giving you a bunch of different options so that in your own work, depending on your style, you can make these changes. That's the thing is that there is no one art style that's correct. It's all techniques. So the thing that we're trying to address here is legibility. And, how do we address legibility in a way that also can be done without lines, without shading, with shading? Some things make it a little easier to define those planes, but and if you have any questions about this too, because some of this can be also a little convoluted, please feel free to ask. I'm very happy to answer any questions you've got. All right, so let me fill these in. So these areas that I just filled in are our like white, I'll say our white areas. And this little bottle down here, which looks, I think it's some sort of like drinking bottle. It's kind of fun. Or it's just a big necklace. So now let's see. Let me see if I can do overlay and let me knock it down. So I've made these lighter. But of course now we've lost some of the detail. So maybe some of it's made lighter, some of it's not. So maybe I go back in and, kind of push some of the, just brighten some areas, darken others. We have the eye here, just trying to let's see. Then we can add a little bit of shadow, but again, if shadow is not something that we're wanting, we might not be able to use shadow, but for now, we're just trying to push in some of that. Add some really bright highlights and now if I go over it again, here it is before, after. Before, after. So now we're cutting into some of these other values by establishing lighter lights and we can also establish darker darks. So let me go in with a darker color. I'll just take this. And I can start pushing some of these areas to be darker. And I'm just using an overlay layer. This layer is set to 80%. So I'll darken underneath the hair. And I will even darken, either the skin, or you can even see here that Gummy drew details in the ears. So even if I just kind of take some of the details of the ear here and redefine them, they got a little lost. And again, I don't know what their process was, so maybe that was part of a sketch and they didn't want to incorporate that. That's okay. We're just giving you guys some like, blanket answers. And I can darken behind to even further push that contrast. We're making now the mask look brighter by having things behind it be darker. So let's do this is before, after, before, after. It looks like the character also has a nose, so let me push out that nose too. And again, this could all be done with line art too. You don't have to, whack. Who's quacking at me? I see you. I see you. All right. Again, I'm going to darken areas around the mask to make it look even lighter. We're darkening the neck down here. Ow. There we go. Should have been a college professor. Maybe someday. That's actually something that I wanted to do. But now you get it for free. You get it for free. All right. So here's that value. So here's what we're looking at now. We've established lighter lights and a little bit of darker darks. So before, after. See how much more legible it's already becoming, and we haven't done very much. I'll even come in with some brighter white here, right on the tip of the nose. It's very if you're using a lot of color, it's very helpful to come in after and just this is just a, like, 50% gray that I've set to the color blending mode. So now I'm coming in here with a little bit of brighter white, and just kinda touching on the edge of things. Oops, was I drawing on the wrong layer? No. Well, I was, but now I'm not. So let me erase a little bit of this back here. Okay. See that? There we go. I'll group these together. There we go. Before, after. So by introducing a lighter light in here, we can tackle some of that value. And again, some of the stuff that makes it really difficult to, oops, hold on. Some things that makes it difficult to read different things is literally just contrast. So lighten your lights, darken your darks, but you don't have to like make it fully rendered to, rendered meaning like with a bunch of shading and lighting. You don't have to do all that to help that. We're literally just lightening the colors up. So now, yeah, let me go back. So now I know we've got some ads, so I'm not gonna stop. So now we can see, okay, so what's the next area of legibility that we want to capitalize a little bit more on? We could probably push and pull some of the hair back a little bit more, but the color and the interesting silhouette is already doing that for us. So now let's see about these almost horn elements. Maybe we can darken. There's a little bit of shadow underneath them already, but maybe we can darken that even further to even more exemplify the fact that they are floating, but it further separates them from the other elements and gives us a little bit of, visual distinction as to where the horns begin and where the hair begins. I'm gonna just very loosely select these horns where they overlap the hair, and we have a little bit of geometry happening. There's like planes going on. So let's darken certain areas to even further, make them look kind of rocky and rough. But then we're also now adding more contrast. So let me go here, and now I'm going to take white and I'm going to lighten up some of those other planes. So maybe here, here. And again, I'm just playing with what Gummy has already provided here in the art. A little bit of lighter and a little bit of darker. And we're getting some more definition. So again, before, before, after. So yeah, you don't have to compromise using colors. You just need to be able to maintain the values. And again, was very smart and introduced this dark indigo color, which very much helps and adds interest. But now we're just further making their art stand out and making sure that the details are recognizable. Something here that we can do here is the mouth interior. we can make this a little bit darker. Let me go in here. So maybe we have a heavy shadow here to even further, show us that we've got I don't know if they're these the rainbow might be the gums, the rainbow might be the teeth. But we can better define those. Star Moon, you feel better? You feel better? And then what we'll do the same thing to the little tentacle tongues. And in the back of your car. All right, here we go. So yeah, we'll take the same thing with these tentacle tongues, just very loosely, oops, very loosely selecting them. There we go. So now, again, like we did with the bottom of the mask, we'll add a little, just a little, and it can be very subtle. It doesn't have to be any, and you could do this with color as well. It doesn't have to be like shadowy like mine. Um, but now we are implying that the tentacles are over and under other pieces. Again, makes it just look a little bit more legible. You know, we could do this with solid color, but we're just trying to further push and pull our details. And again, you could do this with like maybe on the yellow, use like an orange. Let me go underneath the ruff because the ruff is our next area that we're having trouble seeing, and the shirt. So let me go under here. Oh my goodness. Hi there, Unlucky. How are you? Oh my gosh. Welcome, Raiders. Oh my god. Hi there, Harumi. How are you? I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Welcome, Raiders. Hi there. Hi. I'm Mandy Quinn, mall mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and a professional goober. And today we're doing art critiques. How are you, Unlucky? What were you up to today? Oh my goodness. Totally didn't lose my mind in Binding of Isaac. Oh, that's a rough one. That is a rough one. Oh my gosh. I hope, well, you know what? For totally not losing your mind, I hope you had a good time. And thank you so much for thinking of me. Thank you so much for bringing your community my way. How are you? I hope you're doing well. But today we're working on some art critiques. This is a piece done by Gummy Shark, and we're currently focusing on value to help us keep this art a little bit more legible. Because we don't want to sacrifice all the bright colors and all that stuff. But Unlucky, if you need to go take care of yourself, you need to raid and run, please, please do. But feel free to stay. We're just talking about some art, but welcome in. Taking a sip of my tea. Let's go. If we can go. All right, back over to the art screen. Listen to some chill jams too. So now we want to distinguish the character from the shirt. So I'm going in and I'm selecting areas of the shirt under the hands. Tell me something sweet. There we go. All right. So we'll do what we just did. And, let me take like a dark orangey, a reddy orange. There we go. Here, here. There we go. Further, just, and I can even shade it out a little bit, soften it a little bit. And by doing that, we've again separated the top of the shirt from the ruff without using line art. Line art is just one of the ways we do that. So here we have this before, after, before, after. Really, really subtle changes that just further push and pull elements away from us. But yeah, oh my goodness. So I am going to save this out. I think this one is good for Gummy. Does anybody have any questions, by the way, about this art and things that you would want to see me touch on? Biggest thing is just value to help separate our shapes before, after. Just adding legibility by brightening our brights and darkening our darks. Thumbs up emoji. Let me save this. And there are other ways and other areas that this attention could be put on, but I just wanted to give like the most, I wanted to, give the specific area because I feel like it'd just be me doing a lot of the same. But I think there's a lot of really successful areas in this piece, and I personally really like it. But again, it almost always comes down to contrast. If you feel like something's missing in your art, it almost always comes down to just contrast. All right. I'm saving this one out, and then we'll move into the next one. But those 3 are 3 that people submitted, last time, so now we're gonna be going into the submissions that were from this month, which is super exciting. So for those of you that joined recently and submitted for this month, we will be getting into those. Are you guys having an okay time? Are you guys enjoying all the shit? Oh my gosh. I didn't know how to phrase it. I lost my words. I hope you guys are having a good time. I hope you guys are learning something. And again, if you have any questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask. I'm just chilling. There we go. Exporting this out. I like to provide this stuff to you guys so that you have something to reference back to. Vibe been working on a new design. Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. Is it a character like a D&D character or what are you working on? Just stare like this. It's hard. Alright, alright, alright. So we're gonna be moving on to the next one. Let's open up our next competitor for the ring. Let's see. We have a couple really good options. Do y'all want another character design? I think that'd be fun. We have 2 more character designs and 2 more actually, I guess 1 is kind of a character illustration, 2 are character designs, and then there are 2 illustrations. New D&D character, butch lesbian Victorian Wolverine is the best description. You had me at butch lesbian. You had me at butch lesbian. Everything else was wonderful. Let's do a character design of a friend. Neo is super, super cute. A phoenix lady. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. So this is Neo. Very, very cute, very demure. I love them. They're very sweet. They are a clown VTuber. They're actually currently organizing a clown stamp rally event for Twitch, which is super exciting. But let me see if I can't get them a shout out real quick. Let me see. But I hope you're all doing very well. Let me get them a shout out. Bird people, you like bird people? Like them birds? All right, let me get them a shout out. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Neo is really fun. They are actually predominantly a like a merch VTuber. Hi there, Sleepy Strawberry. They are designing merch. They do a lot of merch design art and patterns, and they actually submitted something last time for merch design, but this time they submitted some illustrations and their model. This is their primary model. I had a burst of inspo last night at 4 a.m. for a little cat character for a kid's book called Hazel, who's an itty bitty kitty and gets to ride snails and stuff. That's so cute. I love that. Any character named Hazel instantly gives you the idea of like woodland creature, super super cute, like little guy. I love that. Okay, so I'm gonna crop it in just to be the design, and let me retype in our new name. Here we go. I have to go into OBS. Where's my mouse? Oh my gosh, there it is. All right, so this is Neo. Boop. There we go. All right. Neo again, highly recommend. Please follow Neo if you like silly little clowns. Okay, you like silly little guys. Also, they came up with one of the funniest things I've ever heard. They have a like clown Hooters and they called it Honkers, and I think that's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. Yeah, absolutely. So first thing, and again, I like to do a what are we doing right? Like what things are super successful and what's working, and then where can we go from this? And it's not necessarily what's right and what's wrong, because again, there is not a wrong way to do something. There's just like wrong techniques. Yeah, I'm sorry, clown honkers. Yes, absolutely. Neo's super funny, super sweet. And again, they make merch like stickers and clothing. So, and they've mentioned that they really want to get into just predominantly making merch art. So, if you're interested in that, please give them a follow. They're also very kind. They're very sweet. So, we're gonna be focusing on the character design for Neo. This is their base model. And so let's see what is really, really working with this design. Some people, I think, for like VTuber designs, feel like they need to have a lot. My uni professor called it a shit sandwich. What works, what you can improve, and what you like. Oh my gosh, yeah. Sometimes it's called a compliment sandwich. But shit sandwich is actually really funny. Um, and one thing that I'll one thing that I'll point out too that isn't part of the design is this border here. Neo has overlays. Let me choose like a just a color that'll stand out. Neo has overlays that look a lot like this. They also have a like Windows XP or even like Windows 7, like older Windows. Um, and this, like, mixed media vibe, so you can already see here they've got this is Takishipon. If you've ever seen this rainbow flower, there's an artist in Japan called Takishipon, and he has a huge brand, and this flower is, like, at the center of it. Or is it, Tokidoki stuff, all that kind of vibe. So here, by just a border, what can we understand about this character? All right. Well, we have a lot of mixed media. We have emojis here, which might also be clip art. We can see there's like some clown stickers down here, photos of cupcakes and other. So it's almost giving like I Spy, right? We're getting mixed media. We're getting sticker, we're getting kidcore, right? We have elements of crayons and stickers, which is very reminiscent of children and kidcore. And then also this might be a nod to their heritage, but they are Black Hispanic. And so there's flan in the bottom, which, could just be that they like pudding, right? They could just really like pudding. But Neo is incorporating their sense of self and identity into this border also reminds me of another element that I would assume, I would associate with kidcore is if you were in a North American elementary school, and I'm sure that this goes for some other cultures as well, but I only have North American to speak for. But in a lot of North American public schools, we had like borders. And as somebody who I've made art for classrooms before. So I have done packaging and product art for back to school stuff. Um, this is reminiscent of borders that they would staple to like cork boards and things, which you can see here. There's a cork board in the back or like a chalkboard. I'm a big fan of the color choice of the line work. Absolutely, me too. Hi there, Azura. How are you? Let me get a new window here. And let me find real quick. Let's see. We'll do whiteboard borders. Father was a public school teacher, absolutely. Let me find a nice image for those of you that might not be as familiar. Teachers would buy these borders that would be able to be on the frames of like whiteboards and chalkboards and stuff, and it would just make them more fun. So here are some examples of those borders. They usually came in reels or they'd come in like segments, and teachers could like staple them up to their boards. So Neo's border is already giving us the vibe. Oh, here's another good example. Copy image. Neo's border is also implying kidcore through the fact that it's reminiscent of like old like chalkboards and see. So you can see that this border, this is the mock-up of what this crayon, or this colored pencil border would look like on a chalkboard. So this is literally not even about the character. It's just how Neo chose to frame their character uh and also their overlays. They have a lot of this mixed media. If you even want to go even deeper, things like I Spy books, I already mentioned, where it's like a mixed media and you're trying to find objects, in these pictures. Neo is giving us a lot of information by things that might have even just been subtle choices that they made. These might not have even been intentional choices. Like obviously the design is intentional, but like they might have just said, I want to incorporate things that I enjoy. So let me do that. And this mixture, like this piling of imagery, is also very reminiscent of Decora and Kidcore, very similar to Gummy Shark as well. Textured like corrugated cardboard. Raise yes, you Celador in the front. So now let's go into the design. Less is more sometimes, guys, and I know that there's a lot of people that feel like your VTuber should look like a Genshin Impact character, which is totally valid. There is nothing wrong with enjoying the really vibrant, and complex, like, anime styles, but sometimes a character can be so, so strong without that. And I think Neo is an excellent example of that. Neo's style is this doodle style, and you can see this is their art. So you can already see here. Let me do some sort of like vibrant color that they're keeping the line art as their defining trait. So this character has curly hair, and Neo has done that with these really playful squiggles. Again, plays into the kid core, the decora, and it makes it super, super interesting to look at their model. One, because this is super different, right? This is something that you don't see very commonly, but there's enough detail and charm and character, but still done in a way that's really simple and tasteful. And simple is really hard to do. So Neo has done this very nicely, in my personal opinion. Is there a name for the squiggly line style with the star shapes? I've been seeing a lot of retro art. Oh, are you talking about like an arcade carpet? Some of those prints like arcade carpet, or like if somebody makes like an 80s product and it's almost like confetti, that's called a Memphis print. Memphis is like where they have like geometric shapes and bold colors, white squiggles in the background. Oh, these? I would just say that it's like a squiggle style, like a doodle style. Um, really, it's just a playful sketch. I would say sketch style. There might be an official name for it, but I don't know. I don't know. But I really, really like it. Popular in the 50s. Oh, I see. Okay. So where there's I see. Okay. So there is a let me look it up again. There is a lot of mid-century style, artwork where they keep very loose, watercolor background shapes, and then they use pen work to anchor the shapes. Um, I associate it with, like, print and press, but I would call it an atomic art style, I believe. So if you look up, like, atomic art, from the 50s, here's an example. This is like modern stuff, so it's not, but stuff like this. This is called atomic, this art style. So if you've seen any mid-century, 50s and 60s, this is more so 50s, very specifically 50s, but this is called atomic, Atomic. And I believe, don't quote me, I believe this is called atomic because of like atomic and nuclear stuff, but also it could also be called atomic because these like starbursts are very reminiscent of like atoms. And there was also retrofuturism. So retrofuturism where these shapes were meant to be very futuristic. If you've seen the Jetsons have a lot of shapes like these in their pods. Um if you've ever been to Disneyland or Disney World, Tomorrowland has a lot of this imagery because Walt Disney made Tomorrowland based off of retrofuturism, which was his idealistic future as somebody in the 40s and 60s. I was wondering what kind of art was called. Yeah, yeah. So that's basically what that's called. But yes, no, yeah, no, I got you. Atomic is the word for it. Usually pulls from a lot of really interesting shape language. Um, And I highly recommend looking into architecture from that era as well, because that's where they really, really pushed to incorporate interesting shape and silhouette in like buildings and structures. And then mid-century modern, which was something that happened from the 50s toward the 70s, was an architectural style that capitalized on that retrofuturism, but made spaces super bright and airy because it was a an era of like post-war boom. So after World War II, the economy in North America was booming. There was a huge exodus to the suburbs, so people were making families. That's what baby boomer stands for. It's from the boom of having a bunch of kids after the war. So the art style and the architecture were super playful because it was capitalizing off of this idealistic future and this like hope because of how successful and basically just reaping the benefits of having one quote won a war. You know what I mean? So the economy was thriving so they could be very playful. It was very reminiscent of, and then when you get to the 80s towards the Cold War, you get a lot of brutalist architecture, which is ironic that a lot of brutalist architecture can be found in like Soviet areas as well. But sometimes you'll see architecture from the 80s that's very heavy in like concrete, very harsh materials, metal, concrete, stuff like that. That's brutalism. And you can usually tell because the buildings are kind of sad to look at. How are you? I'm doing well, Azura. How are you? So, like I said, we have this very successful sketch style, which is very unique and very also reminiscent of Neo's style as an artist. So, Neo does this artwork, they made this artwork, and this is the style that so they are representing the type of art that they draw. And a lot of people will follow based on your model, which is it's, like, superficial, but it's understandable, right? Like, if your character is interesting and exciting and people like it, a lot of people will follow, and then your personality will keep them there. Um, and that's not necessarily a bad thing for you, it's not a bad thing for your audience, it's just something that you have to understand happens. So, Neo is not only advertising that they have a fun style, they're also super cute, very appealing, but they're then also advertising their art because you are seeing what you are going to get. Like, you are getting what you see. And I think if you're somebody who's looking into becoming a VTuber or, you're trying to, like, stream or market yourself, showing your branding as a very easily legible and understandable package will give people a guarantee, more of a guarantee of what they're going to be getting from you. So the more cohesive your image, the more likely people will follow because they will have basically like evidence off of like what kind of stuff they'll be getting by following you. It's like an exchange. You know what I mean? It's thinking about it that way seems a little too like I not nihilist, but you know what I mean? Like it seems a little bit too like cut and dry, but I mean at the end of the day, that's kinda how it is. But, again, you don't need a lot to make a really striking character. We've already talked about art, color theory on this, during our critiques before. But to break it down, Neo is using, again, another element of kidcore, another element of decora as well, but kidcore especially, and clowns are the primary colors: red, blue, and yellow. These are the primary colors on the color wheel, primary. And they have kept it very simple, very sweet. The primary colors are really striking and very strong on their own. And again, they give us imagery of clowns and kidcore. And sometimes clowns and kidcore play hand in hand because in the 80s and 90s, clowns were a huge like children's media presence. So you would have coloring books, you'd have like nursery themes or bedroom themes that were based around like clowns and carnivals and stuff. So and also these vibrant colors are found in in clowns and carnivals and things like that. So Neo is already just like confirming even more of their character by using these colors. And they're very striking and they're very pleasant to look at. Another character that has a really striking primary color scheme is Sun Kenji, and he's a very good design for his model. So let's see, let me find Kenji. Copy. There we go. So Kenji again has a very striking model style, and you see he's using the primary colors. This is not his model art, this is, fan art that somebody made for him, but again, you can already see that we're dipping into the same territory of blue, red, and yellow, and they work very well together. They give depending on the context, they could be very sporty, they could be almost like hero adjacent, and mostly all white makes it feel like a sketch on a page absolutely too, so now Neo is also playing off of being a sketch. Most people will draw on a white piece of paper. That's just what we see most commonly. So they have a white base with black line art. And so that immediately, and of course, these very free, loose, and playful squiggles also give us the impression that this character is like drawn on paper or, brought to life like that. So that's exactly correct. And they've also made a very simple silhouette too. So if we make a silhouette for this character, which will be a little bit more difficult because the background's so busy, but if I kind of just, and of course too, they aren't facing forward. This is more of like concept art than it is like the final VTuber art, but this art is very, very, very similar to their actual model art. So now already from the top down, we have a very interesting silhouette for their hair, and they have this hat off to the side. Again, very playful, very, a little bit more interesting than having the hat straight in the center. We've also got these really billowy sleeves, which are really nice. It does, yeah, it's a little clown cap. So we have these really nice billowy sleeves. Again, the hands off to the side, which help break the silhouette. And that's also very commonly seen in VTuber art, where the hands and arms will be off to the side. If you've ever seen a video game model that has their arms completely out to the side, it's also known as T-posing. They do that so that they can model all the way around the arms, and then they pose it after. And the T-pose is usually the default when they've sculpted and added it into the game, and then it will break T-pose to perform the actions that are programmed into it. They've let's see, just doing the silhouette here. They've got this very cute little pose as well, the feet turned sort of inward, which is also very reminiscent of like Japanese fashion, very childlike and playful, but again, Neo is not a child. They are, an 18 plus creator as well. Ever eat a clown? I've had a Friendly's Sunday before. The Friendly's little, like, clown sundae that they had, where they had, like, a little ice cream cone for a hat. Okay. So here's our silhouette, and not only is, like, Neo kinda bent in this fun little pose, but we can still tell what's going on. Even though the character has some bigger, blobbier shapes, we can still tell that these are fun little sleeves, and the top is heavier and the bottom has been allowed to breathe with these lighter, thinner shapes. How to make modern art. Make a square and create some lore behind it. Done. Honestly, you can. Did it taste funny? It did. It sure did. Yeah, so the legs, so we have a very top heavy, top of the character, but it tapers down into a very, small, thin leg, and it makes it a little bit more legible. We also have a really strong triangular shape here, which is also very nice, with some pleasant roundness followed up down here, proper stems. And so too, they have repeated elements of their design. So again, it's super simple. There aren't a ton of elements, but they've repeated those elements and made it more consistent so it looks like it fits together. The first repeat are these yellow ruffs. The ruffs are only yellow. They're only yellow ruffs, and they have the same shape, and they've repeated it at the limbs, so the extremities, the ends of the legs, the ends of the arms, the neck, and on the hat. So they've repeated that detail. Again, that is only where we see yellow, except for in these very slight little tiny accessory details, like their earrings and stuff like that. I love the limited palette and how the roughs fill the color. Yes, they also have a colored outline, as Celador just said, to make it stand out against the black that is used on the model itself. And of course, here you can see that some things have no lines, and that further pushes them. It's called a visual hierarchy. What are we supposed to be looking at, and how important is it? What's most important on this character is that we can tell where pieces start and stop. Just like with Gummy's art, we want to be able to tell where one part of the body starts and stops. And with a limited color palette and no rendering, it has to come down to like value and color. And what we're doing here with value is obviously the black is going to be a lot darker and a lot more noticeable as a line art element than something like this yellow. So anywhere that has white has been given this black outline, and the yellow has its lines colored. So visually, it's not as harsh. So now you can see, oh, where this hat has started, where the hat has ended, where the ruff has started, and where the body begins. All of this is Neo's way of showing us value, and it's just in the line art, and that helps us separate things. And just like I was saying with Gummy didn't have very much line art, if any, so they had to use different contrasting colors to separate things, whereas Neo is using different colored line art to separate things. Again, lighten your lights, darken your darks. Would you say that there's a hierarchy to how much of what color is used? Yes. So Neo is predominantly like solid white, and they're using the different colors to punctuate certain parts of their body. So it not only adds a little bit of weight, right? So the darker something is, the heavier it looks, at least compared to weight. But if we did, let's do like a visual chart here. Let me grab a soft color. So they have weight here at the bottom of the sleeve and at the bottom of the leg and here at the top. So it's almost like the points on like a Persian cat. We could even extend that color down here and onto the hands. We could even extend that here up into the face. And you see this as a design quite frequently. I'm sure you can think of a couple characters that have had like darker limbs or gradient, and that really just further brings these limbs into a separate space away from the main body. So Neo has put more detail on the ends of things to separate them, but also it adds interest. And a lot of this stuff again might just be subconscious or they are active choices that Neo is making. But, you know, here's the difference too going again with like the visual hierarchy of things. Neo has chosen to use line art here to show that this is a separate part. Is there a name for that little hip tilt? It's usually called a contrapposto. Um, Sometimes uh, you know, you'll see the head is this direction, the body's this direction, the legs are this direction. It's also in animation could be called a line of action. Contrapposto also sometimes includes the leg being bent in, this leg being more straight. Maybe you have your little foot here. But this is something that sculptors and painters would use as a way to make the poses feel more natural, just bending them in certain parts. So yeah, it's called contrapposto. It's Italian, so it's ancient. It's used a lot in Renaissance art, particularly in sculptures. You'll see it a lot. So yeah, so Neo has chosen to use line art on some things like this and the ruff, but they didn't use line art here. And that implies that this is part of the main sleeve, not a separated element. So again, they are using lines to tell us where things start and where things stop. And that's just part of their style, but it's also very smart. It's a very smart way to show in a very simple way that this is a little separate piece here, but this is part of the main sleeve. So yeah, they've also integrated parts of their style, like a little halftone dot here in the blush, again, adding a element of interest. They put sparkles in the eyes, so you can do a lot of really fun elements to something that is otherwise very simple. And again, we have the repeating, we're repeating, repeat, 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 repeat. And then we have the same thing here, repeat, 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 and repeat. And again, let me make another color. Repeat, repeat, and the nose. So if they wanted to add something else to this character, it's understandable that maybe they would have red balls on the tip of the feet. Thanks for lurking, Unlucky. So maybe they incorporate the red balls onto the tips of the feet if they had like shoes if they wanted to. That's very reminiscent of, the rest of their design. Also something you can see on clowns and jesters. Something super super cute. And if they wanted to incorporate it into accessories, you could see here that they've already put like red, yellow, and blue earrings in their ears. But if they wanted to do more, they could incorporate it either into maybe like a bracelet, maybe on one arm, you know. Let me actually I'm drawing on top of the art. Oh no. Oh gosh. I've been adding layers and taking layers off, so now I'm like, oh. So yeah, so what would we do if we wanted to add to this? Like I said, we could add the little red balls to the feet if we wanted to, just further following the design language that Neo has already given us. We could do something like that, something like this. But again, the feet are very simple, so that might just be something that they're like, almost they are stockings as well. So if they wanted to make shoes, maybe that's something that they would reserve for shoes. And also too something like this, like a big chunky bracelet or something, if that's something that they were interested in. Again, their design is super simple, so this is just for fun. This is just for fun. But I think this was done really successfully. And now I'm just adding, fun elements. It could be too that instead of that being a bracelet, maybe that is also an additional element to the outfit. So maybe this is just a third band of the collar, really furthering bringing that red back in. I might also, maybe we do incorporate shoes. And how do we incorporate shoes? Well, we'll make them blue because that's what Neo's already established. Do you think the lack of sharp angles makes the character look softer and friendlier? Absolutely. Shape language is something that plays really harsh, really hard into like what kind of energy a character gives off. And Neo is very soft. They have a lot of feminine features, but they aren't necessarily female. That's not something they've limited themselves to. But they are giving these very soft, kind of alluring features as well. Neo doesn't shy away from making NSFW art, especially of their character. So, it's something where they have little elements that are associated with like, sensual character design, but they're not necessarily like sexual, you know what I mean? So there's like these fun little there's a little bit of squish around the hip, very round and very soft. With the stocking here, they're also wearing, like, a cute little leotard as well. Again, something that reads very clown, but they're doing these little subtle things, and they have, like, a fun little expression on their face. They're doing all these things that read very playful and a little bit sexy, a little bit fun, but they're not giving you something that's overtly, like, crude and sexual. But that for some people, that's what they're going for. For Neo, that's not quite what they were going for, and, it reads really well. So you can see here that if they wanted shoes, maybe they could do something like that incorporates, the blue that we're already seeing elsewhere. Obviously, they would have a better shoe. But let's say they were going for like a clown shoe. Maybe that's something that they wanted to do. They have this very soft, sleepy kind of vibe, almost like maybe this is like sleepwear or casual wear, so shoes might have been omitted purposefully to give it more of like a vibe of, oh, I am like in a sleepy kind of situation. But if they wanted shoes, maybe they could do something that harkens back to traditional clown shoes. Where's the clown horn? The clown horn is in our hearts. So maybe instead of incorporating the red ball, they incorporate a red shoe. Again, very, very on brand for clown material, but again, not really what they were after, because if they wanted to, they would have had shoes. You know what I mean? But these are all things that we're playing with because if you have designs that you want to add to, this might be how you add to them. Again, very simple. And if we pull back, this red feels appropriate because the red is at the tips of all of the other areas. So this is kind of what, we're going for. Let me add some little laces too. Cute. There we go. There we go. So yeah, and the red shoe actually feels a lot nicer than the blue. I think the red is actually really fun. So now you can see too, by adding color, Celador, to the point that you had earlier, adding color to the bottom makes these feet feel heavier. If I got rid of it, the feet feel lighter. And I think too that's also subliminal like expectation, right? When we have shoes on our feet are heavier, they're covered, they're protected. But this white color is also doing some of that work. But yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot about the character that I would change. I think what Neo's done was done very intentionally and done very well. And again, their model and their art style are advertisements for what they offer you, what they're giving you as an artist. They are giving you this. And, I think it works really well. It's very successful and wouldn't really do anything. These are all just fun additions that are all possibilities because they've given us a lot of really fun design language. So yeah, let me export this and we'll move on to the next one. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I really like talking about people's art and I really like answering questions. So you guys slay. Let me save this one. One silly bean, two goofy goober. Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. All right, let's go into the next one. 1,000 out of 10. Highly recommend. Let me open up our next artist. And this is a illustration by Nagi. There we go. This one's really, really fun. Let me get their name up on the screen here. Let me get the name up on the screen. So this is Nagi, also known as They Call Me Nagi, and this is an illustration. I believe this character is Nagi's character, Nagi, so that's really fun. I don't know if they're in chat, but if you are, feel free to chat. All right. Also, whoops. Remember to take a sip of your beverage of choice, everybody. Remember to take a sip of your drink. Oh my god, water. Oh my god, water. Ugh. Yeah. Mhm. It's only 8 o'clock. Wow. We're going. We are going. All right. Excellent. All right. So this is Nagi. And I think there's a lot of really fun elements to this. Boba. I don't actually have boba. I have like matcha right now, but you know. So this is a really interesting character. I don't know the backstory to this character, but there's a lot of really fun like elements. We can tell it feels like they're underwater because Nagi has provided like this refracted light that you see when a character's like underwater. You can kind of get a little bit of it here. So I'm assuming that this character is either in water or in space. Also, the hair being very billowy like this is also very reminiscent of a character floating in water. And something that this reminds me of that might have been part of Nagi's like interpretation is the Little Mermaid. Ariel's hair has a lot of these really big round billowy shapes and also is seen a lot like this throughout the movie. So maybe that is something because we're all pulling from our own experiences and aspects of our culture. So that's why every single person, whether you drew the same thing or you drew, like for example, if I were a professor that was giving you an assignment, you, as every single person in the classroom, would interpret the same thing differently. Hi there, Sinklin. How are you? Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. Hi, hi, hi. Sorry, a little pitchy. Hi there, how are you? All right. So yeah, we interpret our environment, we interpret our surroundings. So, maybe that was an inspiration for the character, whether it was subconscious or otherwise. I'm okay. Well, I'm happy to see you. Welcome in. We also have these really interesting, almost like tentacles. They could be like foxtail, but the rounded end makes me think that these are like tentacles. And the fact that we're in the water, you know, also helps that assumption. Even though we can't directly talk to the artist right now, we're getting all this visual information. Another really fun thing that Nagi has done with these tentacles is framed our character. We have an impression that this character is like floating or like drowning, maybe they're sinking, and the tentacles are curving up toward the viewer to almost, further exemplify the fact that they're moving downward. So we can see these are poking out here. They're also framing the character and they're taking some of this visual space from the background. Have a nice night, Star Moon. Thank you for coming. So Nagi is filling up some of that negative space with with these tentacles. Without them, it might have looked a little empty. But they really wanted to make it feel like you were right here with this character. And for all intents and purposes, we are. So I think there's a lot of really cool things to like about this piece. Also, the character has a really interesting pose. We kind of see this arm going back, this arm coming forward. They're kind of twisted, and the expression is really, really very, very heartbreaking. Like this character is reaching out to you, and Nagi has done that. Nagi has made us feel for this character and has added a lot of emotion to this character. And I think that's really cool and really successful. So hell yeah. Hell yeah. And so some of the things that I think we can immediately address would be the character's anatomy. Some areas have been done really well. You can see that Nagi was taking reference for these really extreme, the extreme perspective. So not only did they add a lot of real cool interest, but you could see that they took reference for this pose. But how can we further, you know, how can we play off of the successful thing? And I say successful meaning have you achieved what you were going for? And I can only assume based on the art that we've been given without having confirmation from the person themselves. So, what has worked out successfully and what can be made either better or like fixed or reworked. So, one of the things I think is really awesome is this hand reaching out to you. We have this really dynamic hand that's reaching out to us, and I think it's been done well. All I can think is take my strong hand looking at the other hand. Yeah, the thing is too that there are hard positions that just you can't find good reference for unless you take model photos. Um, and so here,
Beach,
Oop.
mouse, beach, mouse. Beach, mouse, beach, mouse.
Wow, she's
Beach,
beatboxing.
mouse, beach, mouse. Beach, mouse, beach, mouse.
Wow, she's beatboxing, chat.
Beach, mouse, beach, mouse.
I, the assembly of those letters next to each other sure did make her sound like she was a little maraca. Oh my gosh, I've never heard Penny beatbox, so thank you. So one of the things that I think that we can adjust with this position is how it's called foreshortening when something is going back in space or coming towards you. It's foreshortening in perspective. So this hand feels appropriately scaled to the size of the head. And you might be saying, oh, well, the hand's super big. Well, that's because this hand is coming forward at us. We can also see this is the forearm. This would be the elbow, and we can also see the armpit where it connects to the arm. We may be able to make this pose a little bit more dynamic, and also make it look a little less like we're missing that arm by adjusting it. And we have something called artistic license. So we can use reference to ground our art in reality, but we can use our artistic license to make it look a little bit more appealing for the composition that we're working on. Uh, wouldn't the furthest memory be lower? Yes, we will work on it. And also memory. So here, focusing on the hand, we're gonna imagine that this is the wrist that is connected to our hand. Let me make the square for the hand here. Here's the base of the hand. We want to be polite, absolutely. So let's see if we can't take the elbow about here instead. Bend that arm out. And again, the foreshortening is a little tricky, so I'm not gonna be too concerned about, that right now. But if we bend this elbow out a little bit, oops, we can get a little bit more bang for our buck with the shoulder down here. And I'll highlight the joints in a different color. Let me use like this orange. So her shoulder would be about here, and the elbow would be about here, and the wrist would be here. So we're making the bones of the arm follow this path instead of just a straight path. So for example, here's the shoulder, here's the elbow, here's the wrist. And it's very straightforward toward us, so we lose a little bit of the arm. So if we wanted to make that slightly different, we could keep the shoulder where it is, bump that elbow out where it is, a little bit further, and now we have a little bit more arm to work with. Something like that. So that could be super helpful. As for some of the other anatomy, we want to. This pose is really interesting, but with poses that are a little bit more interesting, they can be a little bit harder. So let's try to figure out, where we can improve this. This shoulder can be higher than this shoulder, but we want to pay attention to where the hips are. So if your upper hip is here and your lower, your hip is here, more than likely your shoulders will follow a very similar kind of path. This character's hip is up, so we can assume that the shoulder is meant to be up here. But how can we keep this arm from getting lost and looking too short? This arm, despite it being mostly hidden, looks more correct than this arm back here. And I think it's just we're not foreshortening the arm back here enough. We foreshortened this arm correctly, but we did not foreshorten that arm correctly. So one of the things here, this near shoulder and this far shoulder, the collarbones can better align to show us that these shoulders are where they need to be. And again, we have a little bit of foreshortening in the body. So here's the head. I might use a different color to make it a little bit easier to see. Green. There we go. So here's the character's head. Here's the center of the face here. We've got their feature. Their ear would probably be about here. Eye, nose, brow, brow. Head looks right. And so now we have their neck, which will be partially obscured by their head. Let me move this a little bit. There we go. So this character's head does look, correct. It's angled toward us in a way that makes sense. However, let me go here. Their neck starts at the base of the head. So now, we're kind of seeing this, we might want the base of the neck to be about here. And just thinking of it as like cylinders overlapping one another, the neck is kind of cylindrical. So the more that the body is tilted away from us, the sharper this like half circle bottom will be. So we have the neck here that is, anchored to the base of the head, and we can, kind of turn it a little bit. Again, this character is in a very dynamic pose, and the more dynamic the pose, the little bit more difficult it is. So already here you can see that the neck that they drew has the collarbone up here, but it's disconnected from the shoulder. So we're going to try to fix that. So the neck being this way, we now can establish that it feels a little bit better anchored to the base of the head. I'm going to try to make this as easy to see as possible. So we've moved the neck over a little bit. And now we have to see, okay, what can we do about these shoulders, the arms? So now, knowing that this shoulder is up higher, we can angle it more like this to further dramatize the pose. But what they have here isn't necessarily wrong. We can just fix it. So this shoulder, we'll say we'll anchor it here, and this shoulder will anchor it here. And now, how do our shoulders achieve that? We have this muscle up here, also going behind the head, and comes here. Oops. Oh, all right, we gotta stretch. Ooh. All right, I'm stretching. Thank you so much for the stretch. Ooh. Ba, 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 ba. Oh. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Thank you. Yes.
Time for some of that sweet, sweet fountain water.
Thank you so much for the hydrate as well.
Check your posture.
Thank you so much. All right. So now, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we have the near shoulder and the far shoulder. What I might want to do is I might want to bump this over a little bit more. Again, the body's slightly turned. So I've moved this near shoulder out a little bit further to the left here. And this shoulder now feels a little bit more in place. If we want to play with the anatomy here, The collarbone kind of starts at like the top of your shoulder. So the top center of the shoulder. We'll say this is the top center. So the collarbone will come here and meet at it's almost, they're like kind of rounded too. So we're going to want our collarbone to follow that same shape here with our shoulders. So let me erase that to make it a little easier. So this is our collarbone, the dip in the middle here. And with the near arm raised, this collarbone might be bent upward a little bit just to further show that this has been lifted. Um, so yeah, so now you can see here that the center of the body is shifted considerably. One of the things about the original body that we see is the head is turned toward us. The head is turned toward us. The neck is slightly turned away. Our center line is kind of here. So, if we want it to be more turned, then we'll have to move this shoulder closer to our view. So let's figure out how we can adjust our center line. So here, we have the center line is coming more towards us. So if we want to turn that, we'll have to turn the shoulders in space a little bit more. So what we would do is the base of the neck would also turn. So let me take this and let me warp it. The base of the neck. Oops. Wrong layer. Wrong layer. This one. So if we want to get a little bit closer to the art, we'll turn the neck just a little bit and we'll go to the shoulders here. And we will bring this shoulder in and up and bring this shoulder back. If we're trying to turn the body, and this clavicle might come out a little bit more like this to get our center line looking closer to where it should be on this, because twisting bodies again are also very difficult. So if we're twisting, it's also going to be kind of difficult to draw. But again, this is something where taking a picture of yourself would be super super helpful. If you have a very specific pose that you're trying to achieve, taking reference of yourself when you can't find reference other elsewhere, or if you have a dynamic pose in mind, seeing if you can't base that pose off of art that you found. Make this a little bit bigger. So now something that they've done very nicely here, Nagi has shown us the muscle of the back. Sometimes people just have a shoulder and then they end it like this, and it ends up making it feel too harsh. Shouldn't the further arm collarbone be slightly downwards compared to the closer one? We're lining it up with the shoulder here. So since this shoulder isn't very low, the collarbone is coming to the top of the shoulder. And the reason that that is because the collarbone is anchored there towards the top of your shoulder. So if the body were tilted more, if this body were tilted more, that collarbone would be tilted with them. So if we lower that further shoulder and raise the nearer shoulder, that would be, but here we are seeing the body twisted. It's not lower, it's twisted. It's turned. So if we wanted to turn it up a little bit more, we wanted that shoulder to be a little larger, we could. But we're thinking if you feel along your collarbone, it doesn't go straight. It curves up and it's anchored to the top of your shoulder where the meat of your shoulder meets. So it's meeting right up here. It's meeting the top of the shoulder here and about here. Right there. So now, one thing that's been done really well is we have this back muscle here. They all kind of wrap around as well. Shoulder meats. So we have this back piece. This is where the muscles are pushing this body, the arm forward. So this is done very well. But let me try to define the torso of the body here. We have, let's see, the base torso here. We're going to have the ribs. The ribs, we'll see the center line is about here. So you have your ribs about here. They also kind of jut out a little bit. Again, we're trying to maintain our center line. So the face is turned a little bit more towards us, but for our neck and our torso, maybe we're turned a little bit too I'm just here for learning art stuff because I'm piss poor at art. Hey, not a problem. I mean, that's what we're here for. That is what we're here for. Oops. And it's good to ask questions. It depends on the pose. This character is in a very tricky pose. So I'm just trying to go down and define like where different pieces are. And again, we could twist this character more to match. We have a couple different perspectives happening. So like the breast area and the tummy are very appropriate, and the collarbone matches up with the breast, but the shoulders don't quite match. So if we want to correct the shoulders, we'll also have to correct the rest of the body. And I think the shoulders are one of the like weakest parts, and so we can kind of get everything else to kind of fit there and sit with it by correcting it from the weakest part to the strongest. So here are our ribs. We can see that they're curving around the body, and this is something that Nagi also drew into the character. And again, this is the rib without like any of like the breast or anything. This arm is also pushed forward, so we have this, they have the muscle back here, but the rib, would be a little less than that. And again, we are maintaining our center line here. Our spine, we also have a little bit of a curve, so the hip might end up, kind of like here, almost. How would you check your anatomy? I recommend, again, working off of a reference is the biggest thing you can do. But also, there are a lot of 3D models out there that you can get for free that are just for anatomy. I know Clip Studio has reference art models for heads and bodies. So I would see if you can't use one of those 3D models to just like bend around. Um, if you've ever heard of the Figma figures, those were really, really big for for anatomy, anatomical, like checking your anatomy and stuff. So I recommend either if you want to use, anatomical figures, I recommend investing in one. You can even just get a cheap like art doll or whatever and bend the pieces around and take photos from different angles as well. So we have this chest is facing us a little bit more because there's only so much that we can twist and keep it comfortable, or else the character's straining. And this is a really graceful piece that we're looking at. This character is not meant to be straining. It seems like there's a lot more drama. There's a lot more of like this graceful, sad energy that we have here. So we don't want to make it look like this character's straining. And one of the things here too, let me redraw the. We want to make sure that the lines are kind of. We have our shoulders here. We have the bottom of our ribs here, and the hips can kind of be like this, but we want to make sure that our hips are also kind of following that, even if they're twisted. So maybe they're a little bit less, but the sharper these angles are, the less natural it looks. And you can see here that Nagi did put the hips at, a reasonable angle. So we're just making sure that we are keeping those lines kind of parallel to one another. So now I'm going to work on the hips area. There we go. So let me make that in a different color. We'll use the same green. So we have the neck here, the spine in the back, and it's kind of causing this little curve here. So now, where is that pelvis coming here? About here, we have the far hip bone here, this near hip bone here, and the rest is kind of like meat. But where is that leg gonna, where's the leg gonna connect? So here we are, kind of building a very loose pelvis here. It's kind of like a, oops, kind of like this shape. My neck, my back, yeah. Also the leg, your femur connects with this ball and socket joint here. So it's actually in a socket and it comes out to the side. So your femur would look like this. Hip joints look like that. Hold on, let me grab a. Your hip joint will look like this, and the femur comes forward. Same with that far hip, it comes out to the side. Femur here. So now we have, a little bit more structure to work off of. We could probably bring this down a little further if we wanted to give it a little bit less, strain. So now we have a little bit of a twist in the body. And again, if you want to also work off of like base structures, think of this as like a box, So we have a little bit of this happening here with this box here. coming into this box here. You see the box method? Pretty common, pretty common. So these boxes still feel related to each other. Box on the face here, a little bit less, but we're connecting through the centers of these boxes. And this looks appropriate. This looks correct. They're not so far twisted that they look unnatural, but they are still given a little bit of angle to give it interest. So now with this structure, let me make this a little bit softer, and let me go back with a similar color to this and continue with that sketching. So here we have the hip here, so we might have, and this character looks like they're a little bit heavier, so they have a little bit more, they have a little bit more meat, so to speak. So let me start adding meat to this character. Ah, so we have the rib here at the bottom, we have the belly, we have the far hip here, the rib here, we have this near hip, and this is actually where our bottom would be, the meat of the bottom. The buttock. So we have, and we can kind of bend. This is where the fold of the body would be. Again, we're following our center line. They have a little bit of tummy and the thigh here. Looks like the thigh is coming forward. One of the things, too, that could be interesting to even further make this pose more dynamic is to, maybe put this leg further behind, tuck it behind. The top of the thigh will have more muscle than the bottom, so you'll have this nice curve shape here, and then it'll be a little bit flatter. So you can see here now that Nagi already had very similar structure. We are just tweaking it and fixing it. We are making it stronger. Let me change this color too, so it's a little bit more visible. Hello? Oh, because I'm clicked on the wrong. There we go. I was clicking on the wrong layer. I was like, hello? Exactly, Tart. So let me change this color to be a little bit more legible. How about, there we go. I'm just trying to make it easier to see. Maybe too, I can provide a little bit of this. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's better. That's better. Okay, so now you can see here that we didn't change too much of the foundation that Nagi built. We're just giving it a little bit of help. We're giving it a little bit of assistance. So now we have the belly here. And of course, too, if this character has a little bit more belly, we could probably extend this out a little bit more because we're seeing it. But now you can see here, this is where the ribs and the hip are kind of meeting. The hip bone would kind of be like about here. We're actually seeing a bit more of the hip bone on this side because this character is twisted. And now we have our shoulder area here. The neck looks short, but that's because it is being foreshortened. And so now we have this more solid base. The hips, are following this direction. The ribs, the shoulders, they're all following a more realistic, but this hip is jutted out a little bit more. And we added, this leg is in front of this one. So we kind of tucked this one back a little bit. So now let's handle the chest. So we have two factors. One, where would the chest be if this character wasn't reaching their arm out? Probably somewhere around here. This is probably about where the character's chest would be, give or take on how large. But because this character is reaching their arm up, we're going to want this near chest piece to be lifted up because the muscle is being pulled up by that arm. So we might have a little bit of, like, not deformity, but a little bit of shifting of this character because their arm is coming forward and up. As Shakira once said, those hips don't lie. They absolutely do not. Hi, Binky. How are you? So now we have a little bit of the muscle here. Again, I would recommend the top of the shoulder. That muscle is being pulled to the top of the shoulder. So now we can see here that our breast tissue will follow. So maybe it's, pushed in and up. The arm is in and up, the chest will be in and up. And this one, well, again, we are following. Here's the hip, here's the rib, here's the shoulder. Our chest will follow that shape. Again, too, we do have the subtlety of this breast being a bit higher because of the shoulder, but this is, this is just a little bit of lift. And again, too, this character is also weightless. They're being suspended in water. So I would have been like, that's just boob. Yeah, well, with art critiques, it's helpful to explain why why something is happening so that in the future somebody can further, make that educated choice for themselves. This art is not my own. This is just an art critique. But I'm doing well. How are you? So now we have this kind of number here. Also, let me get rid of this. There we go. Yeah. So now, we're thinking about where the chest is coming from. This is lifted a little bit higher. I might even be able to lift it a little higher. But again, since this isn't meant to be like the most realistic piece ever, we can also use our artistic license to make something look more natural and look nicer to our eye. It doesn't all have to be like super, super accurate and, whatever. Like it can be, you know, we can stylize it a bit to make it look more pleasant. We also want to keep the weight of the chest, low. So this is the weight of the chest. It'll be like pulled down. But again, this character's underwater. We don't need to be so realistic about it. So here's what we've ended up with now for our pose. If we wanted to extend the arm, we'd have the arm start here. You'd have the base of the arm. Maybe the elbow comes out somewhere around here. And then you have the hand here. So what would that look like? Again, I can tell that Nagi used reference. So we've got this here, a little bit of the arm kind of pulled under, a little bit of the crease of the arm here, and this wrist is obscured by the hand. So we have this big, and I'll make the line art thicker too to show that this hand is above. It's kind of chunky, kind of clunky, but that's just the easiest way to show. Let me erase this. So now we have a little bit more, and even then too, now that we see this with the hand, let's see what we can do about, maybe we can lower the elbow a little bit. But this arm is fully outstretched, so we don't want to lower it too much. And again, we are playing off of what Nagi has already provided us. There we go. So now you can see, we can still see this person's form. We have their hand. Now the last thing we need to tackle is let me lighten that up. The last thing that we need to tackle is the far arm. The far arm is also foreshortened. However, the way that it's been foreshortened in this pose makes it look too small. This might be the correct amount of foreshortening, but what's happened now is because we can't see it, it looks too small and it looks stunted and looks incomplete. So we can either change the pose to further, show that arm, or we can foreshorten it a little bit further away from us, or bring it closer to us. So let me use a purple color maybe. So we have the shoulder here. Oh, the purple's a little too close to the, I'll just use this blue. So here's our shoulder, and our elbow might fall here, and our wrist might fall here. Let's see if we can't put the hand in some sort of pose like this. Something like this. We have our knuckles, we have our fingers. And so now our arm is still foreshortened, but it's a little bit longer. Let me also bring it a little lower. So you can see here that we are being given a little bit more information, but it looks a little bit more proportionate, even though it is back in space. Or if we wanted to do an alternate arm, maybe there's something like we have this. Thank you so much for clicking on me. So maybe we have this shoulder, and there's the elbow is somewhere about here. And the arm is, maybe the arm comes up here and we have a very graceful finger situation here, you know? So maybe the arm is back still, but it's up to break that silhouette. Or, there's all sorts of options that we can do. Oops. Hello? There we go. I was trying to do this instead. There we go. So we could also have it bent back as well. Again, though, we're just trying to make sure that we're not like hiding too much of it, because it ends up looking a little off. But we could bend the arm back here and get enough information here, or we could bring the arm off to the side. But I think our biggest thing would be giving a little bit more visual space to this arm to make it look a little longer and look a little bit more proportionate. Your elbow will fall somewhere in the middle of your torso if it's next to your torso. So your elbow falls at just under your rib, right above your hip bone. So we're bringing that elbow down a little bit more, and giving it a little bit more visibility so that it doesn't look stunted. Welcome to the mall. Hi there, Spam-a-lammy. And oops, trying to fix this. Boop. So I've unforeshortened it a little bit. It's still back in space, but we've added a little bit more room, a little unforeshortened. That way it doesn't look like it's missing. We can also make the pose a little bit more dynamic by bringing the hand up if we wanted to. There we go. And again, this isn't perfect, but we're at least kind of addressing that it feels a little small, and we can fix that. I think they were going for having the hand back, but this also makes the pose a little bit more interesting and also fixes our anatomy issue. Even then, let me even fix that a little bit more. I just need a little bit more forearm length because our upper arm will be a little bit behind. So our forearm is here, our hand is here. And if we wanted to confirm the size of the hand, it's about halfway up your forearm. So if I took like this length here, copied it, it's about half of the forearm to the elbow. One, two. It's about the way. That's about it. All right. So now we have this character that feels a little bit more proportionate, but more so, it's just this is a tough pose. This is a tough pose to get. And to see the curve of the thigh here, we'd have something like this. So this top piece here is up here, this bottom piece is down there. And we already see that we're in a better spot. So now, just to finish this up, let me make a clean version of this over top of what we were working on. I love thigh squishies. Yep, yep. So let me make a clean version real quick over this so that it's a little bit easier. No, we are just now finishing this one. I am going to make a clean version of this. So let me just outline the hand a little bit. Also, I'm going to use a different, no, I'm using the right brush. There we go. So the hand here, again, really fun pose. We're just taking the time to further anchor this character's anatomy. So there's this. Again, we're going to bring the elbow out. This is the bottom of the elbow. You can see a little bit of the crease of the inner arm here. We have the bottom of the upper arm coming in here. Maybe we have a little bit of, the armpit here, which also was something that Nagi included. So you can see that they definitely were grounding their art off of like reference. So I'm going to make my lines a little smaller. We're going to have like a little bit of the crease of the hip. There we go. The butt, the booty is a little bit lower than how they had it originally. We've got this thigh here. There we go. We have the back hip back here. Maybe we include some of that thigh squish where the seam is meeting. We've got their belly. We've got this here. So yeah, we're just making it a little bit easier to see what's being done here. I'm going to make this a little bit. There we go. Something like this. And then this here. Tuck this up here. You know what? I did get rid of, hold on. I did get rid of some important stuff. Hold on. Let me see. Please, please, please. Oh, I hope I have it still. There it goes. Okay. I was like, I got rid of some of this. Uh-oh. Let me just make this a little bit. There we go. Paste. There we go. I was like, oopsie. Music coming in. Yeah, it is. Oops. So we have the collarbone here. We have the neck here.
Oh wow. Look at that thigh squish. Mandy is so awesome and amazing.
Oh, I
And pretty
appreciate
too.
that.
Pretty awesome and amazing.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We have that far arm. A little bit of this. We have this elbow back here. This arm, we're gonna add a little bit of it, a little bit of this. Maybe we have the hand come out here. Hand, hand, hand. There we go. And so, if I darken this, maybe I can take these, make these a little bit lighter. So now we can see what we've done to the body, what we've changed on the body. Uh, Here's what we had before, and then here's how we've changed it. So we've given a little bit, and of course, too, the proportions are a little bit different on the body. This is something that Nagi could always adjust. But here we are just trying to tackle some of the biggest issues. I think the largest problem was the shoulder. And now we're seeing a little bit more of the body, and the shoulders feel a little bit more structured. But I think this is a really cool piece. I think it's an awesome illustration. I think the emotion is there, and I think the colors also play into the emotion, very cool tones. And I really like this character. I think it's really fun. So 1,000 out of 10. Let me export this and we'll move on to the next one. Let me export this. Oh, whoa, whoa. Sorry, I was like looking at something. My brain's like, huh? All right, let me export this for them. Oops. There we go. And thank you guys for asking questions and for also offering your critique as well, because that's how it should be. It should be a collaborative effort. I am happy that we are getting through ones quicker. I think I got so long-winded in the last one. So I'm trying to keep them quick. I'm trying to keep them, you know, but still keep them constructive. Thank you for answering the questions. Of course. Oh my goodness. So let's open up our next one. We are going to open it up. This one comes to us from, let me see. This one comes from Ender Queen. There we go. Let me put a background on this one because it was transparent. Oop, there we go. Let me lock that. So this is Ender Queen. Let me update the tag here. Oops, oops, oops. There we go. Ender. Oops. Helps if I spell it right. Ender Queen. There we go. Very cute. The fun character. This one is also actually I didn't even realize both like underwater kind of vibes, but this is more of like a character bust, almost like a little vignette. So one of the really interesting things that Ender has chosen to do was cut off the piece in a way that was incorporated with the art. So we have the arm here, and that is ending the torso, which is something really fun. I know we could have also done something with the hair, so maybe the hair comes forward and ends the piece. But here is a very fun and easy way to like end a bust piece. By you know by incorporating it into the art. And it makes it also look, if we had the art continued down here, it would kind of look empty and unfinished. So we've solved that problem by putting the anatomy in front of it. Yeah, the expression is super, super playful. The character is looking at the little side character, and they are, giving them this really playful fun. They're almost interacting with each other. The hand being in front of the little octopus, this little Dumbo octopus, the hand being in front of it even further makes it feel like they're interacting with each other, even though they're not playing or they're not touching each other. So, looking the visual and having this overlap of the hand above the octopus has them interact with each other, which is really cute. I also really like the color choices. You have the red hand and the blue hand, and the blue eye, the red eye. So they coordinate to each other, which is really fun. And we're being given aquatic vibes, not only because there are bubbles and clearly the character's underwater, they're interacting with a sea creature, but this like turquoise hair here is not only the color is very reminiscent of like sea people or sea creatures, but also this mohawk looks like a dorsal fin. So this really spiky shape, and it also continues onto the back of the head, is reminiscent of a fin. So and the fangs are kind of fun too. So clearly this character isn't human. So we're being given all this really fun information um in almost no time. There's also a really cool symbol in the hair. Let me choose a different color. There's also a really cool symbol here, which is, gives us some intrigue, gives us some excitement. We're like, ooh, what's that about? Like, what's this character's story? So we're super involved in this character, and we haven't even met them. We haven't dealt with them before. It also looks like this might be, let's see, it could be traditional. Some of the line art looks traditional, but the coloring looks digital. So maybe they're just using like an ink brush, but something about the way that it's inked looks like it's traditional. And then the hair coloring looks like it's traditional, but the skin coloring doesn't. So I wonder what they used for this. It could have been like Copic marker, and then they brought it into like Photoshop or CS Paint and like did some extra fun stuff. I don't know, but it's giving a little bit like it's a mixture of both traditional and digital, and I really like that. Um, so for this character, 10 out of 10. For I'll do like a quick design change, I guess. If we want this character to read like a sea elf, if we want to just hammer home one more thing about this character that gives it a sea vibe, I would take this hair element, this braid, and make it a literal fishtail braid. So let me flip. So having this be like a fish shaped tail here, and of course you can't see that, but let me bring it up here. Let's say it ended here as like a little fishtail shape. I think that would be so cute. That'd be really fun. It's been done before, like that's not anything new, but it's just another way to make this character look aquatic. That's just another, just a fun extra that's not necessary. Um, re-put the little thing. But yeah, so I think that's really fun having like a fishtail element to it. Just kind of a fun extra. Doesn't It's not necessary, but it's a fun little extra. Let me fix some of the there we go. We don't want it to there we go. So yeah, having like a fish tail element. Let me see. There we go. But yeah, that'd be really fun. I think the pose is really interesting too. This character, the claw fingers are really fun. The pose is really interesting. We have this very open pose, and open poses tend to be more interesting than when our poses have a lot of overlapping shapes. It makes it easier to read. So we have this arm here, this hand, and the hand has this very open posture as well. And then we have this shoulder. We're gonna, I'll make the joints. There we go. Joints. There we go. Another open posture. So it's very interesting the position we have, and we have this nice bend here. There's a lot of really fun movement here. We have a nice shape here. So yeah, I think the pose is really cool. I think the character is really cool and the expressions is really nice. So what would we want to adjust with this piece? The style feels very watercolory, very marker, and because it's more of a cartoon style or like, it's not necessarily like heavy render and very realistic, we won't focus on doing too much in terms of like heavy shading and lighting. That doesn't seem to be what the goal was for this artwork. So let me let me copy this and let me undo so that we have the original. I want to keep the original and then yeah, there we go. Keep the original and then have our edited version. So the original's down below. So one of the things that I think we could do is we could adjust some of the proportion. I think the character obviously has like very stylized proportions, which is not a problem. But I think that we can update these a little bit. So let me select the head. One of the things is where our head is connecting to the neck. The chin is getting a little lost. So, one thing I would like to do is make the head a little shorter, separate it from the neck a little bit more, and bring it forward just a touch. We also have the hair meeting the back of the neck in a way that is coming too far forward. It's coming too close to our jawline. We want the hair to be at the nape of the neck, not at the jaw. So what I'm going to do is I'm really quickly going to just reestablish here's where our neck is. And we want this neck to come up behind our jaw, which ends about here. Um, and we want our hair to start further back. Let me just take some of this color. It might not be pretty, but it's gonna be functional. It'll be functional. And another problem here that I'm seeing is that our ear is too high up. The base of the ear should be about to the corner of your mouth. So we can already tell now, let me make another layer, that the corner of the mouth is about here and the ear is way high up. Your ear should come to about the bottom of your nose, top of your mouth to your eyebrow. That's about where, so if we want to do that, it'd be about here, here. Our ear would sit here. So now we're seeing that our ear is way too high. So let's fix that. And it's a pointed ear too, so you can stylize, you can, get a little bit fun with like how far the tip of the ear goes, but as for the base of the ear, it is too small and too high. So let's take this back to the if you feel along your jawline, your jaw will curve up to the base of your earlobe. So let's take this. We don't have to connect them either. That doesn't have to be, we don't have to do that, but let's make the base of the ear thicker here and lower. And then I will redraw some of this, you know, just so we don't lose any of it. So we don't lose any of it. Oops, oops, oops. Whoopsies. But yeah, this is something that you might find in some of your own artwork. Honestly, one of the best things you can do too is run your hands on your own face. Like touch your face, touch your jaw, look in the mirror, and see where these things are connecting, where they're touching. And that'll also help you put context to what you're drawing. Oops. So now we're bringing this a little bit further in front of the ear. And already we can see that we've been making great progress. So here's what we had before, and here's what we have now. We've shrunk the head before, after, before, after. we've fixed our jawline a little bit, and we've aided the proportions just by before, after. Now this character's arms look a little bit more proportionate as well, just by a little subtle shrinkage. Again, I'm not trying to take away their art style and the stylization either. That's not the goal. We want to make sure that we're maintaining that stylization, but we're just giving a little bit more proportion. Oops. Just hear me go whoops, whoops, whoops. One of the things I really like is when thinner, like hair, kind of like shaved sides, is like just like color. So maybe I could take the darker color and add that as the line art here instead to make it feel even more like the head's shaved. I think incorporating a little bit of like a texture here might also be kind of fun to even further push the fact that this is a shaved head. And this symbol, I don't know if the symbol is meant to be dyed or if it's meant to be shaved, but I think it would be really cool if we incorporated it into the shaved side. So maybe we take this instead and we shave it out of the hair. Right, like this. So now it reads a little bit more like it's part of the design. It's part of the hair itself has been shaved. It might be that Ender was trying to make it look more like it was dyed, which is also a design choice, but here in this time and space, we are making it look like it's been shaved. Just adding a little bit of border here to give it a little bit more, So yeah, so now it looks like it's shaved into the side. I'll get rid of this little notch here. And it just makes it look a little, that's kind of cool. Now you're like, ooh, okay. So now it's kind of shaved into what, or maybe it's a scar, right? Maybe this character has been branded. Maybe that's a scar. So, that's kind of cool. That's kind of sick. It just kind of plays. You can see there's spikes here. So this character's a little edgy. This character's got fangs. They got claws. We're just kind of adding onto that edge. Another thing is the hair part here. One little nitpicky thing, I wanna bring this down just a smudge, just to have it fall in this nice, like, arch shape. Like, this is kinda what we're going for. So, I'm just adding a little bit more of this darker turquoise and bringing the line down here a little bit, just to further sell that it's coming from the same hair part here. Before, after. Let me even grab another, there we go, group. There we go. Before, after. Let me move this back up. Before, after. Again, not huge changes, more subtle changes than anything else. Hi there, Scuba. How are you? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Hi, Scuba. How are you? Yeah, yeah. Hi, Scuba. All right. So here's what we have after, before, after. We're just doing subtle changes to the anatomy. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Um and so now there are a couple other things that I think we can improve upon for the face. So let's see. The mouth is open. So one thing that has been done really really well, it's super super subtle, is that the jaw is open here. Oops. I need a brighter color. A brighter color. So, oops. Hello? So the jaw is open here to maintain the open mouth, and our cheek is following suit. So we have our mouth, it's open, and we have maintained chin. The distance between your chin should be the same when your mouth is closed versus open. So this character has maintained this nice shape to their head, which is appropriate for the mouth being open. My stream froze for a second. How do you recognize the head needed a change? That's a good question. Doing quick hellos. I'm good. I'm boat. Nice to see you survive the hurricane. Oh my gosh, thank you. Yeah, it was definitely kind of spooky scary, but we ended up not having any issue with it, thank goodness. Um so for the head proportion, if you're talking about the head proportion, uh a female head should be about the center of the shoulders. And again, it's hard to tell because this character is kind of angled away from us. But your shoulder, let's say these are your shoulders. You know, you have a little bit of a here, and you've got your neck. The head should be about, one head worth on each side of the shoulder. For men, it can be a little broader. For females, it can be a little bit narrower. But we want about 3 heads worth, a little bit narrower than that. Almost like 2.5. So if we took away half of this head, you know, we'd have 2.5 heads as like the length from shoulder to shoulder. Um, but yeah, so for this character, we can see that the head is reading a bit larger because the shoulders feel really small. And if you look at children, the child's head to body ratio will look something a little bit more like this. So, and that's not to say this character is a child, but they might be. But the ratio of head to body for a kid will have a larger head. Your eyes will look a bit larger. Your features will be a little bit different. They'll also be proportioned differently on the face. Um, and so this character ends up looking a lot younger, or a little off balance because the head is larger. And these are all like subtle subliminal kinds of things. These are things that we kind of pick up on, but we might not have a word for, or we might not be able to put our finger on. And so by adjusting that proportion, this character instantly looks older. Cerberus human is possible? It might be if you play your cards right. How would you tell at this angle? I recommend seeing if she feels if like again, if she feels off balance, if there's something a little off, that might be something that you can tell intuitively. However, if not, we can kind of see, what are we doing here with this torso? We'll build another box here. Shoulders, the bottom of the ribs here, a little bit like this. The center line, center. Here's our center. So we have, a little bit here's our box situation here. If we're building a box, is the neck coming to the center of this box? It's a cylinder in a box. Okay. So we have now, let me take another color. We have the center of this, side of the neck, center of the box. Here's our center line here, or something like this. And so now we have about this length on either side. The character is not too altered, the character is not too twisted, but is still a little bit. But if we take this, this length here of the shoulder, and we're gonna double it, and we're gonna, you know, give it a triple. That'll be about our shoulder because the near shoulder will be closer to us than the it'll be closer to the correct proportion than the far shoulder, depending on how angled the character is. The more you draw, more your initial ref gallery will grow. Newer artists don't have the same internal gallery more experienced artists do, so using refs helps. Exactly. That's absolutely. Hi there, Paint. How are you? So let's take this now, and that's about our shoulder length. So you can see here, I took the near shoulder and tripled it, so that's about our length. That's also about our neck. And if you're looking forward, your jaw is not much larger than your neck. Your ears kind of come out. But here, let's take just the center here and make it a little bit wider. Oops, oops, oops. Make it a little bit wider. So this is about if our head is looking forward, this is about how much our head should be. So we're going to think about the jaw, kind of see what the jaw is. I'm going to place this right here. You can see that the jaw is about correct. However, the head is now protruding a lot more on this side and a lot more on this side. And if we're trying to think of it as like another box here, we have the round going in the background, something like this. It's a little bit tricky to explain, but the proportion, I feel like if you look at reference, the proportions do become more obvious. So here it is before and after. Before, after. The head feels like it's too far back, and the jaw feels like it's too far back. But also the jaw, because it's not as defined, the jaw comes back a lot farther, and this ear up here comes back a lot farther than it should. Um, so here we are after, before, after. We are going to see some of the side of the neck as well. Before, we didn't see that. It was just sort of the head sat on top of the neck. So scaling that also solved that problem because the neck was the right size. Like the neck did look like it was the correct size on the shoulders, but the head didn't match. So here, before, after. And again, lowering the ear and lifting that jaw right there really helped further anchor this head onto the body. We also didn't lose any of the chin. So before the chin kind of met the side of the neck, now we have a little bit more of the chin. So interesting when you switch it, it feels obvious. Without it, I can't tell. Exactly. So it's one of those things where if you find pictures of a person in a similar pose, that could also help. So now one of the things that one of the last things I want to touch on will be the eyes. I think this character has such a nice expression. I really like the one eye being kind of wider, the one eye being close, a little bit more. But I think we can further, like, we can make this even more, we can push this even more. So if we want to look at we have the chin is here, jaw, jaw, we have the cheek here. The chin here, we've got the mouth that comes across. This is kind of our exaggerated center, the bottom of the nose, and then we want the eyes to follow that as well. The corner of the eye kind of does, but we also have and it's hard too because the brows are exaggerated, but we want to make sure that everything is lining up about at the same, and then we can push and pull. So we'll want to make sure that the forehead is a little bit, the forehead's angled back. We have a little bit of a brow. So we'll bring the brow in. We have that cheek. So now, again, it's hard to choose colors that look legible enough. There we go. I hope that's a little bit easier to see. So now we are better defining this angle here. Angle, 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 chin. And that's giving us this nice 3/4, and your nose will also follow suit. So the nose will have, this same kinda, it might be a little less exaggerated depending on the shape of your nose. It'll kind of follow that, in at least in the 3/4, you've got the bottom of the nose here, and then you have the brow, which would kinda be about here if the character didn't have an exaggerated expression, and we're still follow you can see we're following that same. If it helps, draw the character without an exaggerated expression and then push the features after. That might be super, super helpful if making the expression to start is a little bit too complicated. Then I recommend, making a default expression first and then pushing and pulling the features and playing with it that way. Then you don't have to worry so much about getting it right, to start. So one of the things here is we are maintaining our we're maintaining our original piece, we're maintaining our original structure, and now that we have that original structure, we can push and pull. So let me make a example. So here's my fake eyebrow. Also too, let me make something on top of this so it's a little bit easier to see. There we go. There we go. So here is our default eyebrow, I'll call it. Default eyebrow, default eyebrow. It's going off in space, so we want to follow the arch of that brow. Here's the side of the head that we've just created again. And the jaw area is really, really like the jaw is one of the most successful parts of the anatomy on the face. I think that was done really, really well. This cheek and jaw was done really well. So we can bring this in a little bit more. And so now the eye will sit, this eye, we can see that it's supposed to line up on this purple a little bit more. So let me kind of make the eye might come in a little bit more like this. We'll make a default expression first. Got a little bit of this. You got a little bit of this. And let's say that the eye is open like this. Then on this side, we want this to follow that same purple line. So the top of the eye would follow that. And because it's kind of angled, we want to make sure that the inner corner is also following that same shape. And by making these lines across the face, you can kind of see where the bottom of the eye lines up, where the top of the eye lines up. It'll just make it a little easier. One thing is that now that we've turned the brow area a little bit, we're no longer seeing skin on that side of the eye as much. So we want to show this eyelash here coming out the side. Hi there, how are you, Omniverse? Hello. So we have to show this eyelash coming out over here, maybe a little bit of this one, also. And that further rounds the face, makes it curve back in space, and shows more of this defined brow line here. Eye, eye. So now if we want to push this character's like expression, we can do so with our beginning anchored portion or our anchored anatomy here. So now let me take this and I will warp it. The inner corner of your brow is going to move. The outer corner of your brow will not. Hi there. Getting ready for stream later tonight. Oh, heck yeah. Well, have a great stream. How are you? Okay, so what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're not editing the outer side. The most it'll move is the inner. A little bit of arch in the top, but we don't want to, get too far away. So this character is furrowing their brow on this side. So we can lower that big arch and maybe upturn the inside. And of course, it can be like exaggerated but we don't want to stray too far on this side of the brow. Oops. This side we don't want to move. It's the inner side that we want to move. And then same goes for this. The interior corner can move, but the exterior corner should not. So let's take this and just move it from the inside. The center can move, but our exterior side should not. And as it goes up, we don't want it to go too far from the bridge of the nose either. So now we still have that cocked eyebrow, and we can lift it a little bit just to give it even more of an exaggeration. But that cocked eyebrow, that lifted brow, and again, we can also lower this just a little bit just to give it a little bit more push, exaggeration because it doesn't have to be so, And now we're doing the same thing. Now that we have our baseline, we can take the default pose and adjust it. So now we'll take the eye and it's like, okay, we have our eye where it needs to be. Less curve up that lower lid to make it look like she's smiling. She's got a little bit more, and our inner corner's still there and it's not too far off from what Ender had before. This other eye is more open, but let's see if we can only open the top a little bit more. We don't need to push it so much, just a bit more. There we go. So now we have an exaggerated, playful expression, but it's anchored a little bit more in the anatomy on the face. I think the mouth is really fun. Um, so I don't want to change too much. This character has like a really fun little smile. It's lining up where it should. It looks like it's been angled nicely. So I don't want to mess with that too much. I think the mouth is perfectly fine. So I don't want to play with that. So now we'll take what we've learned, meow, and I will use this as a guide to push and pull some of the features that we have already. So let me see if I can't lower this a little. I'm trying to edit the art a little bit to give us a little bit more impact. So let me see if I can't warp. And of course, I will have to draw some as well. So here we have this eye. Again, we're using these purple horizontal lines to help us anchor, and I've given the brow a little bit more. And let's take this and the eyelash, and we'll pull it over a little bit more. And so now the edge of the eye and the eyelashes are really pushing out on the side here. There we go. And then our eyebrow is about here. So we're going to kind of hide that. Let me take a slightly darker color than the base hair, and we are gonna go whoop. There we go. And I'm gonna try to make it look at least a little bit like, what we had before. I don't want to skew it too far away from the art and the style that Ender had. And then this eye just needs to be a little bit wider in terms of like length. So we'll bring it in a little bit more here. And our eyebrow can also be adjusted. Let me clean up some of the white bits on the sides. So for this eyebrow, we'll also want it to come in a little bit more. And I will just arch it up a little bit. Trying to morph it a little bit to be, there we go. So really wasn't too much. We didn't have too many, oops, we didn't have too many, there we go. Didn't have to do a whole lot. Really was just subtle changes. And let me now show you a little bit of what we got now. There we go. I don't want this far brow to be too thick either. Okay, so here is what we have before, after. And I think too, we need a little bit more eyelash on this far eye, because the eyelash looks a bit thicker on the near eye than it looks on the far eye. I think too, as well, one of the other issues that we have, I love when the eyelashes are pretty in 3D, yes. One of the other issues here too is that the eyes are kind of different from one another. So this eye is about here, and the other eye is down here. So, easy fix. We'll take the pupil of this eye and lift it up. Lift it up and a little bit in. So now we still get that lifted, lowered, like playful kind of look, but it's been corrected. Looks like there's an X in one eye and an O in the other, so I'll maintain that. This actually, too, this looks like it could be a little wider as well. There we go. So it looks like there's a little O, and then there's an X. So now the eyes are following the same path. They're looking in the right place. Okay. Hi there, Grad Play. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Thanks for saying hello. I had to read the message first. All right, we'll put the highlights back in. All right, Grad Play. Penny is a bot and she greets everybody. You might want to tone it down a little bit. My goodness. All right, so now you can see here that our eyes, this eye looks like it's bulging out a little bit, so let's fix that a little. Yeah, a little intense for what we're doing. There we go. I also want to bring back the corner of the eye here. It's a little too close to the edge, but there we go. So now we can see before, after, before, after. We still have this playful, exaggerated expression, but we are a little bit more anchored in the anatomy is a little bit more anchored. Before, after, before, after. Now our eyes feel like they're in the same place as well. Again, we have still a bit of a pushed expression, and if we wanted this to look even more like it's got, like we have eyelids as well, let me add, oops. Let me add eyelids to this as well. So we'll do a little bit of an eyelid. Maybe it's not so fully connected, but we've got like this inner eyelid here. And then we have the same thing here. Something a little bit like that. Doesn't have to be gray. We can even take to like a darker color from the skin tone, so it doesn't look so wild. Further just, solidifies the shape of the eye under the lid. Again, before, after. The face reveal, what? What do you mean? Mandi face reveal? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm kidding. I'm messing with people stuck in the ads. Oh, okay. I was like, did my webcam isn't plugged in. I was like, is my webcam showing people stuff? I got real concerned for a second. All right, so now we've lifted those eyes. They're kind of in the same spot now. And we've just further, we've gotten our characters' eyes to line up a little bit better. We could probably push this brow out a little bit more, but I think it's good for now. So let me zoom out. Are we back from the All right, welcome back, ad havers. So here's where we are before and after. We've anchored the eyes in the same place. They're now looking at our creature a little bit more they have the same line of sight, and we are now a little bit more confined. I think this eye might be a little too crazy. It might be a little too crazy over here. Hold on, let me fix this. There we go. There we go. And we might want to wait. We can wait this side. And then a lot of stuff too is a lot of this is art style too. So I don't want to go too crazy with I don't want to change their art style too much. But yeah, so Ender had a lot of really good bones, and we're just updating that. So again, most of it was in the head and face. But all these subtle changes are what make the difference. They end up adding up. So yeah, so we've basically just made sure that the head was anchored on the body and was proportioned the right way, and then we made the features appropriately positioned on the head. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think one other thing, if we would do one more thing, the teeth I think can be slightly different. I think the mouth position is good, but we could probably bring this this little fang down a little bit further and bring those teeth a little straighter across. Do a little bit of that. There we go. And we could have the corner of the mouth, be a little bit. We have like this fun little, almost like a kitten, almost like a kitten kind of look. Head size difference. Yeah. Where does Ender get their bones? I'm looking for some kneecaps. No, not the kneecaps. Oh, jeepers. We'll bring this lower lip down a little bit, and we'll bring this in here, have the teeth protrude the most. There we go. I think the shape of the mouth is really good. I know I said earlier that I wasn't going to mess with it at all. These are really subtle changes. I think obviously, Ender did a really good job, and now we're just capitalizing off of the strong work that Ender already did. We're going to bring this back of the lip up a little bit. There we go. There we go. And there we go. So again, before, after. See how I didn't change very much, but we've taken this corner of the mouth and tucked it behind the teeth because the teeth would be coming a little bit more forward. Before, after. Before, after. Little differences, subtle differences. Before, after, before, after. And again, didn't really touch the body. I think the pose is really good. I think the anatomy on the body and this nice open gesture is also really fun. And I added the little fishtail onto the braid because I thought it would be fun. But yeah, so that was this was Ender Queen. I really like this design. I think this character is really cool. And let me export this so I can send it to them later. Let's see, what time is it? It's 9:19. We've been going for just over 4 hours. How are you guys doing? How you guys doing? Can I see before one more time? Of course. Before, after. Before, after. Before, after. Before, before, after. Yay, art critique. Yeah, hell yeah. Let me also I will make this a GIF for them as well. So I'll save out this image and then I'll make a GIF that goes between the two of them. Okay, hell yeah. I wish I got here sooner because it's great stuff. I'm happy to hear that. I appreciate that. The VOD will be up. I will save the VOD as well. There's um the last one I did. I wanted to edit the VOD down because it was 6 hours long, guys. It was 6 hours. So I wanted to edit it down so if you wanted any advice, you could, you know, you could watch it and not have to watch like 6 hours. And also having chapters and stuff in it too would make it a little bit nicer to like click through if you didn't want, oh, I don't want video. I want frame animation. All right, so we're going to have this This is our first frame, and this is our second frame. And I'm gonna have it be 1 second. On, off, on, off. Let me really quickly just draw like after. And you can slide, you can push me to my limit. After. Boop. And this would be before. Lovely. All right. So let me export this as well because this one had the most like altered stuff on it. And I'll make a GIF and I will send that to them as well. Is Ender here? I don't think so, but that's okay. There we go. All right, let me hide the timeline and we will open our next piece. Let me see. I think we only have two more, so I should be able to get through those two. We've been going faster this time, but I didn't want to compromise the quality of art feedback for people. So I'm just getting better at keeping it at a good pace. The next one we have is another character design from Beepachu or B. There we go. This character design is so stinking cute. So let me make sure that I change the title here, or not the title, but the there we go. Change the character name, Beepachu. There we go. Or just B. There we go. All right. So this character is provided by B, and I really loved the retro anime vibe of this character. I'm trying to think of like who this reminds me of, but the hairstyle makes me think of a lot of really fun 90s anime, especially with this space like Gundam vibe. So I think that was super successful. I usually make fan art, so most of my art is a character from other people. I'm working on making art of my OC so I can share it for the next one. Oh hell yeah, I would love to see that. I think that'd be awesome. Um I think this character is really fun. I'm getting a lot of vibes from like again, pulling from like anime and I think some of the things that, can kind of give us that these like shoulder vents here, this particularly with this venting reminds me of like Gundam. And of course there's a big old, Transformer Gundam over here. But it also makes me think of Dragon Ball Z. A lot of Dragon Ball Z characters had these like shoulder sections that had like line work on them. But also the pink hair, the very fluffy style makes me think of oh gosh, the what is that anime? Hold on. Oh, I was watching it with my friend Satil. Oh, what is it called? Dirty Pair. Dirty Pair is what it's called. Reminds me of Jen in the hologram. Oh yeah, Gem in the holograms. Hell yeah, yeah. So we're definitely pulling from like 80s and 90s imagery. Dirty Pair. Let me show you what I mean. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. Let me find some good art as well. Let me find the. Hold on. Trying to find a good example. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. There we go. I found a good one. Okay, so this is Dirty Pair. You've probably seen this art before or this character. It's the outfit of me, so for me, so fancy. Yeah, yeah. Such a fun outfit. So this is Dirty Pair. This fluffy, you know, hairstyle, very, very reminiscent of like 80s and 90s anime and manga. So I think that's super successful. Also a little bit of Princess, getting a little Princess Peach, but I think that's just me. But then of course we have modern style elements too of this character. This lower eyelash being part of like the eye white is very current. That's something that I see a lot in art styles that are more recent. And I really like that stylistic choice. So it's not so much that B is going for a retro art style, but they are borrowing from retro media to give a very specific idea. of this character and their universe, and I think it's really fun. This is such a cool character sketch right here. This one right here, having the welding torch and welding mask not only is like a fun prop and also a really cool element, but then B has also taken the extra step of making this really cool lighting. So you can see here that this harsh yellow lighting is catching on all these areas that are being lit by this torch. So this is just a really cool character moment. We can see that just from that sketch alone, this character works on their own machinery. This character is active in the upkeep of their machinery, and that gives this character more personality. It's also just a really cool drawing. I really like that drawing. And of course, we have another really expressive drawing. Uh, we can see that like mascara and makeup is running and smeared here. And that means obviously this character has gone through it, right? She's either crying or sweaty or both, a little crazed and intense. But then these anime dash lines also give us, just through cultural context, give us the idea that she's distressed. So, like, even though she's smiling, she's kind of like, I know it's kind of like that ominous aura where either she's afraid or like really intense, but this isn't a happy expression. Like she's definitely gone through it. And so now I'm just really interested in like I'm really interested in what this character went through. Like what kind of battle this character just or went, had the ordeal, you know what I mean? And again, just like with the torch, we have this pink lighting here that's catching the hands, catching the edges of this gun, and giving us the impression that the light is coming from this source and bouncing off onto the stuff around it. So that's really fun. B is doing a lot of really cool subtle lighting tricks that they're super interesting. They just add a lot of interest to the shot. For character design, I think everything's pretty grounded, like color wise. I think what they're going for is definitely reading, and I think the colors are really pleasant. I really like the gradient in the sunglasses here. So as for like character design, which is mostly why I picked this one, because some people sent multiple things. For character design, I don't really have too many notes in terms of like the balance and the proportion of stuff. It feels like what B was going for was achieved. And it's all very legible. We have different examples of different outfits. So this is a more casual outfit, but maybe this character has a little bit more of like a military presence because of this jacket. Or maybe it's just a cool leather jacket. We see this recurring galactic, almost like it's a paint smear. So we see that not only in the mech, but in different aspects of the outfit. You see it here on the welding mask as well. So yeah, I think what B is going for is very legible. I think the character, we don't have a solid silhouette, but I think the hair is super recognizable. Um, and the different design elements are simple and interesting. And I think the colors are super balanced. So I don't really have any notes in terms of like character design so much. I think this is a pretty successful design. I wouldn't really add or change anything. I think we're getting everything that we would want from that. So what I'll do here is I'll choose this piece here. And I think what I'll do for this one, because we've already talked about silhouette, we've already talked about color, we've already talked about value and contrast. So for this one, I want to play with lighting. So make your piece look like absolutely, cracked. Okay. So B has already started with this lighting. So how can we make this illustration look more like it's in this space? Well, first off is we're going to play with the lighting. We're going to bump it up. I'm going to make this an overlay layer and I'm going to choose this pink and I'm going to go with a soft brush. So this is specifically just about lighting. So now I'm really going to add, actually, let me see if I can't do, let's see here. Lighten. This is a lighten layer. So here is before, after. I have, oh my gosh, why is it doing that? There we go. All right. So I've just done a soft glow here. The blending mode is called lighten. And I've just made this even more intense. I picked a pink that was already there, and I'm gonna take white, and I'm just further gonna make the center of this beam crazy, crazy bright. If you look at like a light, the color of the light isn't necessarily shown in the center of it. It'll really just be the color that you see around it. So the center of this gun, we're gonna make it really bright and really hot. And we don't want to get rid of this fun like particle stuff that was done. So let me find a little splashy, splotchy brush. I'm gonna take we'll take a rake brush, do a little bit of this like ray effect that was done. And let me take some speckles. Let me do a little bit of this. There we go. So now we have this really intense light coming from this ray gun or this bazooka, this cannon, what have you. And we've just pumped it up to 11. So here's the before, and here's the after. Before, after. Now we have this really intense light, and now we just need to focus on how we make the rest of it fit in. So I'm going to continue what B was doing, and I'm just going to pump it up even more. And of course, there are things we can do to, capture more of like the faces of like, these objects here. So here what I'm focusing on is if this handle has a like sharp edge, uh, you know, I'm just going to try to define these planes. It's kind of like rectangular. Um and I'm just trying to better define those faces. There we go. So now it looks a little bit more structured. We'll also be seeing the light here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use a polygonal select tool, and I'm gonna select the front of this bazooka, and I'm gonna exclude some of the spots where the handles might cast shadows onto it. So here, the light will also be on the other side of the cylinder. So one way that we can make it stick out is we put a really bright light over there, and we want the rest of this to be kind of bright as well. Maybe a little bit less over on this side and towards the base of this bazooka where that cylinder, won't necessarily catch that light, but we will just go right on top and really make it intense, really make it nice and bright to show that this front rectangular face is getting light. And even then I might take a little bit of white and make it even brighter because it's really gonna grab that light. Let me do a little bit less of that. There we go. Oh my gosh, Zach, hi there.
Mall DU1 hype Mall DU1
Hi.
hype Mall DU1 hype Mall
Oh
DU1
my
hype
gosh. Hi
Mall
there, Zach. How are you?
DU1 HYPE.
Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Hi, Zach. How are you? Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god. 7 months in a row. My goodness. Thank you so much for 7 months and welcome in. We are doing lighting on lighting notes for this. So that's super exciting. Let me even capture a little bit lighter here. Really bright, really intense. We're just using pink and we're using white. There we go. Been lurking more or less. Well, thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate that. So now we can see here's the before and the after. Before, after. We've really punched up that light. Mostly it's going to be on this front face. However, we can do a little bit here just to kind of ease us out of that bright light, just a little bit less. Maybe there's a little down there as well. But we really intensified. Do you design the click icons by subs? I did design all of the alerts, all of the sub badges. I designed all of them. Yeah. So the next thing that I'm going to grab is the underside of the hand. So I'm going to select just where I want. The palm of the hand is going to be basically all pink because that light is just going to hit the crap out of it. So let me grab a little bit more and let me grab my pink color and it's going to be so bright back here because there's almost nothing keeping this palm from hitting that light. And you see immediately how it pushes the hand back and just captures all of that light that's emanating. And of course, B did that on the fingers as well. So we're going to just select these fingers and we're going to make it even more obvious that the light is hitting these. Not as much as the palm, because that's really catching the bulk of the light, but maybe we wanna emphasize that the knuckles are coming out a little further, so we'll have the knuckles be, like, the brightest area here. Maybe a little bit less on the fingertips, it's just I recommend looking up, a hand holding a flashlight for something like this if you want reference, a hand holding a light. I think that would be really exciting and it would be a cool reference or like holding a lantern of some sort, could give you some, an idea, uh, for, where to catch the light. So yeah, so now we have something like this before, after. And if we wanted to show a little bit more of this on the character here, we could add the pink here to the side that is, closest. We probably wouldn't get so much light unless this was even more intense. We're really only going to limit it to the areas that are closest. So one of the areas too would be the leg down here. And when we start lighting it, you'll notice that we're going to be pushing and pulling parts of the body and scenery forward and back. So by doing pink down here, the leg is now way more behind the prop. So there we go. I don't know if that made any sense, but like by lighting it this way, it defines the shape of the gun against the body. Whereas here, the black on the outfit and the dark brown and gray of the gun end up blending into one another. And by putting that lighting there, we have pushed the leg out and better defined the silhouette of this. We can also do elements like here. We can catch a little bit of the hand here if we wanted to, just kind of seeing what would get hit with this light, um, and just giving it a little bit more interest, pulling out little pieces of the geometry of this gun, just further giving it some definition and taking advantage of this really cool light source that we've been given. Um, and then let's see. We could also then, if we wanted to play off of the light coming kind of like as an underglow, we have the underside of the cheeks, get a little bit of that, the underside of the nose, a little bit of the brow here would catch a little bit. It would be a little bit less intense, but, we can really play on how much light we're, given to this character here. So we have the face, we have a little bit of under the nose, a little bit of the cheeks, a little bit under the eyes as well. Again, I would look at a character like, reference of a person holding a flashlight up under their face, or there's some underlighting or whatever. The underside of the bangs as well. This would be a little bit softer because it's on a softer, situation, on a softer surface. So now, you know, before, after, before, after. Again, we can on white it won't really show up like anything, but just kind of giving us a little bit more fun with this lighting. Maybe a little bit underneath here. Just further, just further putting our character in this lit space. There we go. And because it's fun, we'll take a little bit of the underside of these glasses, just the lower edge. Kind of fun. Kind of play off of that. And again, we're just taking advantage of this really cool light source. So another thing we can do is that we have this really nice purple in the background. So I'm going to take the purple and I'm going to push parts of the body away from the background by giving it like a back rim light, because this dark black outfit piece here ends up not standing out against our background very much. So now I'm gonna make sure that I have like a little bit of like a rim light situation here for elements of the outfit and the body that are being given light from the background. So the background's hitting these areas. So we are gonna just further stand it up off the background by giving it some purple. And we can push areas of the outfit forward and back by utilizing that purple. Um, so maybe the underside of the leg here has a little bit of that purple. Maybe the outer side of this arm here because it's just kind of still coming in from the side. But again, we are just trying to make it a little bit more legible and utilizing the cool environment that this character is in. And I'm going to take the hair and I'm going to further, push it back by adding some of that purple. So let's take a little bit of that purple. And here with the blending mode that I'm using, it doesn't really work as well. So I'm going to take some of the purple and I'm going to just kind of pop it back here. I might do multiply instead. There we go. So we're going to take a little bit of the purple and push back the back of the hair. Uh, and then I'm going to erase a little bit just to kind of give the impression that it's being lit from underneath or something. Just adding a little bit of interest to this hair here. And if we wanted to further play with shadows, I'm still using that same purple, same multiply, and now I'm going to, basically shade a little bit of what the light isn't hitting. So something a little bit like, this side, give it a little bit more. So now we're making that lighting more dramatic. Again, we don't have to, but we are giving it a little bit more. We're giving our light a little bit more of a chance by making the darks darker and the lights lighter. And let me clean up this edge just a little bit. Clean up the edge just a little bit. There we go. So here we have before, after, before, after, before, after. Really, really subtle things that make the lighting go crazy. I'm gonna mute or pause the ads. So yeah, and if we look at it from a distance, here it is before. And again, it's a very graphic style. There's not a ton of rendering happening, but I just really, really liked this cool lighting that the character. So now you can see the direction of the light is going crazy. Even if we zoom out really far, it's instantly recognizable where that light is coming from. Just heated up some chili. Time for dinner. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my gosh. Are you having anything with the chili? Sounds delicious. And real quick, just for fun, I'll do the same thing here to the welding mask one. We're gonna take a bright yellow, and I'm just gonna further I'm gonna bring a little bit of that out. Just really just going with a soft brush, hitting all these sides with that yellow. Chocolate milk and lemon. What an interesting combo, but it sounds kind of good. I'm fucking with it. I'm fucking with it. So yeah, the underside of this helmet visor will be a lot lighter. The undersides are gonna catch all that light. Separate though, I see, yes, I see. Alright, so now we can see that the underside is catching this light a lot more. It's because it's emanating from this, and I'm gonna take white, and I'm just gonna bring it so, it's called a white hot center for a reason. Let me add a little bit of orange in here just because I think we could better there we go. Did not mix the chocolate milk and lemonade. I'm glad. I'm very happy to hear that. So, yeah, so now, we can get a little bit the top of this hand is being hit with the light. You got a little bit of the chest here being hit with the light. Underside of the neck a little bit more so than the back over here. And so now with just a little bit of, before, before, after, we've intensified that light. So we are really just playing off of the really, really cool lighting that B was incorporating already. This is an enhancement of what B was doing, not a replacement. And I really like that. Oh, now she's touching a fire. Yeah, I think it's really, really cool to see people's ideas. And I'm playing off of their ideas and what they've already laid the groundwork for. Um, and that's super exciting. I think this is just honestly just my interpretation of what they've already given us. So really, really cool. Really, really awesome. I like the art a whole lot. And what I'll do here again is I will crop it in and I will make another GIF. Style looks like oh my gosh, yeah. I could see this as a web comic. It might already be. I don't have any context for this character. Um, but again, I'm gonna save this as I'm gonna save this, I'm gonna export this as a PNG and I will save it as a GIF as well so that B has both versions. But I really, really like this art. I think it's really fun. And I hope they like the lighting. Oh no. You lost your chocolate milk straw. I'm sorry. All right, let's see. Let me save this. All right, and then we have one more illustration after this, and then we can pass our pretzels. You guys have been awesome. I hope you guys have been having a good time. And I'm kind of working with my new desk. I don't know. I'm still seeing if I like it. I'm still seeing if I like this new setup. I don't know where I would put it though. It took a lot of work to get my setup kind of fixed like this. So I definitely think I'll have to get used to it. I might be able to edit when I'm not live. I might be able to edit the stream manager on my iPad so it looks a little bit more like what I'm used to looking at so I can see, I see you guys better. But I'm just so accustomed to my setup being a certain way that, Oh, no, is it me? No, I have one more submission from before stream. So tonight I'm just going to touch on the folks that had already submitted. And because we're already at, let's see, we're almost at 5 hours. So I'm thinking we can wrap it up at this next one. Let me export. I already exported it. So let me get this let me make a GIF real quick. Let me go to timeline. Also, with the art critique streams, my chatter is almost constant. So it is a little bit harder to do these streams just because I'm talking so much. More than usual. Okay, before, after, before, after. Great. So let me export. I think this one's a little bit more obvious what's before and what's after. Save. Well, let me make sure this is a GIF. There we go. There we go. Wonderful. And I will send this after stream. I'll send this to the people that it belongs to, so that they can, in case they weren't here, they can see what's going on. Real quick, let me hold on. There's something. Let me click over here real quick. Yes.
Remember to drink some water,
Oh my
Mandi.
goodness. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. There we go. Thank you, Solar. I'm gonna take a drink of my water. Yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock for me. So thank you. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really, really no. All right, let me open this next one. This one is from Akuma King. And it looks like this is traditional. Looks like it's pen. It might be watercolor, maybe acrylic or gouache, but it seems very watercolor to me. So this is a horror illustration. Yeah, and you can see here that it looks like it's still taped down to the board that they were using for painting. So that's pretty cool. So let me change the. This is Akuma King. This is what I see when I take too much Benadryl. Oh my god. Almost 10 o'clock for me. Instant applause. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oops. Akuma King. All right. So Akuma has given us this. What I'm going to do first is I will straighten out the art real quick so that we can see it more on like a straight level. So let me bring this. Oh gosh. No. Bring this up a little. Okay. I'll take this. Why is it? Hello? There. And I will take this. Let me grab this. Bring it up here. And we'll straighten it out. There we go. Now our we're kind of looking at it as if we were working right off of it. I was standing up because I was waiting for a package to be delivered and it never came. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is also so it's also a little bit difficult too because this is a photo of a painting. So some of the contrast might be a little off. So let me grab a levels layer and see if I can't adjust it. Oh my gosh, it's all the way on the other screen. What are you doing over there? Oh my gosh. So let me see if I can't grab a levels layer and give it a little bit more contrast just to make it possibly a little bit closer to what the painting is like in life. So here's the before, here's after. Also, y'all, if you only have photography of some of your traditional pieces, I recommend learning how to use basic photo editing to bring some impact back to your art. We have darker contrast here in the corner and lighter contrast here in this corner because this is a photograph, and so obviously the light is going to play off of it different. So we're just going to do what we can. Spooky change of pace, absolutely. Uh-huh. Very much so. So here's our base. So this illustration has, it looks like it has a lot of horror and surrealist elements. One of the things that I think is really, really fun is playing with, oh my goodness, welcome to the mall. Hi there, Missy. So one of the things that I think is really interesting is that Akama put a lot of emphasis on the line art of this character here, and that pushes the character further from the background because these elements in the background either have softer, almost like pencil lines or brown colored pencil, but the inking was really prioritized on the character. And so we have been given a visual weight to this character that gives them priority to the rest of what's going on. And this is a pretty busy image, but we are clearly meant to look at this character. Something else that Akama did that was really, really smart, artistically, is the most vibrant color is this character here. Again, we are meant to look at this character, and most likely, this is who you're looking at first. This is what you're looking at. We're bringing our eye here. And one of the easiest ways that they achieved this was by using this bright blue color on an orange background. For those of you that were here last time we did an art critique, blue and orange are complementary on the color wheel, meaning that they will contrast each other. They always look really good together. And the orange sky is something that we often associate with fire. If you've ever seen photos of places that have been stricken with wildfires, they'll either have an orange or red sky. So we're being given not only by what we're seeing in the background, but we're giving like this kind of like hellscape vibe. The river looks like it's blood. There's odd creatures. The trees are, almost like parasitic. Um, and so using an orange sky against a blue creature is really smart, sets them apart. And it's also really, really, a really cool idea. I really like the blue. I feel like if I had drawn a creature like this, I would have gone for red. And so having blue here is an interesting change of pace, and the scenery helps set that character apart. Hi, Missy. How are you? Oh my gosh, we have ads again. It's because 'cause I'm talking so much, the ads feel like they're coming, like, every 2 minutes, but I know they're not, I'm just talking so much. Um, so one of the things here that it could just be an issue with the photograph, but the foot is being cut off here, and that's something that we would wanna avoid in a composition, unless more of the character was being cut off. So it's either a result of the photography that cut off the bottom or a composition thing. Um, but we would wanna avoid that. So with this, another thing that I think is really nice is that our horizon feels appropriate. Like it feels grounded. I'm trying to find a contrasting color. It's bright pink. So we have a horizon line here, and we are seeing this really cool, like, river of blood, which is kind of neat. And it feels like it is disappearing in a way that makes sense. I think the scenery was done super, super well, and we can also see this really dramatic, like, jutting happening, and it's getting more, it's gonna be closer together the further it goes apart because we're only able to see how far it goes. I think one of the things that would instantly make this scenery have more depth, because again, what is here, like this little river, is already adding a lot of really successful depth. Welcome back, ad havers. I've got to head out now. It's nice to meet you. Have a good rest of your stream. It's very cool to hear your advice. Thank you so much, Solar. I hope to see you again. Thank you so much for chilling with us today. I appreciate you. Um, so one of the things that I think could make this scenery a little bit more interesting, uh, just appreciating art on Twitch? Hell yeah. My dumb brain actually understanding this is crazy. Honestly, a lot of these things are stuff that you already understand. Like, people can tell, like, you can feel and tell this stuff pretty much, you know, instinctually. Uh, and the reason that the color wheel exists is that people are and analyzing why we feel the way we do about certain colors and how we visually distinguish things against each other. People made the color wheel to make sense of what we already understand. And sometimes you just need more context to make it even more obvious. So, hey, you're not dumb. You ain't dumb. There's a lot of stuff that you'd be surprised that you automatically understood, but somebody put it into context that you was, like, more plain and out there and spoke in it, and, they put it into existence in speech, and then you're like, "Oh, that I already kinda got that." So we have a really cool perspective here with this river. This river area looks really grounded in reality. So they probably had a really cool reference, and then they added their own personality and style into these really cool gnarled trees. But what we're missing here is more depth. It almost looks like our scene ends on like a stage. So we this whole background here almost looks like we're hitting a wall, but the watercolory texture implies that it's airy and sky, the subtle undulation of like the watercolor gives it a look of a sky, but the horizon isn't confirming that. And we have all these really interesting structures, so I think we might be able to play off of that and give this a little bit more depth. Getting deja vu, I haven't heard these things since art school, refreshing. Oh my gosh, well, I appreciate that. I've been out of school for, like, 7 years, maybe? 6 or 7 years, and I've trained people for art, so this is very natural for me. I'm doing a lot of yapping. Doing a lot of yapping. So one of the things that I might want to do is extend our landscape. So I'm gonna try to separate the sky from this piece real quick, and I think I should be able to. Let me do the tolerance. The tolerance is at 100. There we go, 80. Okay, so let me try to separate the sky as best as I can. Um, oops, it won't be perfect, but we can get a little bit more bang for our buck. Oops. All right, that's good enough. Let me take that. Separated our sky. Paste it back. Wonderful. So here's our sky. And now I want to try to add some scenery to it. So I'm going to do a clipping mask to this. And so first off, there's something called atmospheric perspective. So when you look at mountains in the distance, they're not actually purple, they're not actually blue. The color you're seeing is the literal particles of atmosphere between you and that item. So between you and a tree, between you and a mountain, the things that go further back in space will look desaturated and will take on more of the color of whatever sky they're in because of how much atmosphere is between you. Do you know the term computer bug came from actual bug getting into a computer and causing it to short in front? That's interesting. I did not know that. Hi, Wesky. How are you? Hi, yo. How are you? Um, so yeah, so the atmospheric perspective is not only things getting smaller as they go farther away, but is also them getting more desaturated and more blue. And that's why on the moon, because there's very little atmosphere on the moon, when you see photos of the moon, things don't look like they're getting foggier or hazier as they go further back. They do get smaller because they're farther from you, but there's not that same milkiness that comes from things on Earth or other planets that have atmosphere. Mars would have a very red haze to it, versus because it's very dusty. There's a lot of particles in the atmosphere versus Earth, where it tends to be very blue. So one of the things that we might want to do here in this piece to add more depth is to diversify our horizon line. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to keep it kind of soft. So instead of having this harsh line here, I'm gonna add more of this green. And again, let me go and grab some of this by the because the horizon line is the most important part here. Let me grab a little bit more of this. Ah, no. Grab a little bit more of this just for demonstration purposes. There we go. Grab some of this and the claws. There we go. I think that's pretty much what was missing. Release clipping mask. Hold on. Here we go. Clipping mask. There we go. All right. So we're going to take more of this green and I'm going to extend this background to make it less flat. That will make it appear to us that it is more, rugged. There's a little bit more going on here. And everything will be deeper and more saturated the closer it is to us. So again, I'm just trying to match this color a little bit better. Um, bring this horizon line to to a different a little bit more uh varied and less flat. And now we will immediately, be able to tell that, oh, okay, so this isn't so much a flat landscape. I'm going to go on top here and I'm going to blend this in a little bit so it doesn't look so crisp, you know what I mean? So now we have a little bit more interest back there. We have a little bit more uh of a horizon that isn't just this flat space. How's the art stream going? It's going well. How are you, Nifty? We're this is our last critique of the day. So we had the original piece is this, and then I'm adding on to some of the horizon here. So this is the horizon that looks closest to us. We might want to do something a little bit like adding more of these spires here. So I'm gonna keep them a little less contrast, a little less detail, so maybe we have a little bit more of these spires back here using the same design language. We can go behind this creature here. And but we don't want to complicate it too much, but we do want to add a little bit of, here's some of these spires here. There we go. I am going to change their color to be a little bit less. Let me see if I can't turn it a little bit warmer. And let's see. And when in doubt, you can always take your background color, or what we'll do is we will change the transparency a little bit to let some of that background show through. What we would do in a traditional, because this was looks like it was traditionally painted and inked, and it's also a photograph of the work, so we can pretty much confirm. What we would do here is we would have this orange underpainting, and then we would take our layers here and we would just paint right on top of it. And that would let the orange show through and would make this blue look more like these back spires look more like they were part of the scenery rather than like this drastic shift in color. And in digital art, we just made the transparency. We changed it to like I have it like 90%. Another thing here that we're missing are some of these really cool trees. So I'm just gonna add them further in the distance. They're gonna be smaller and they're gonna be, just off to the side. But essentially what I'm doing is I'm just gonna reintroduce some of these elements here into the background so it doesn't look like we've, completely abandoned them. Um, and again, too, it's still looking pretty flat. So I'm gonna keep these for now. Let me make these a little bit darker just so they're not, actually maybe a little bit. There we go. Another thing that I think we could add is some more variety. So now I'm going to take this color of the sky, I'm going to darken it, and the stuff that's super far away from us, like let's say there's like a mountain range. We're going to just want to use what we have from the sky color. And like we were mentioning earlier, that atmospheric perspective, we're gonna have like, instead of blue mountains, we're gonna use orange. But now we're filling up more of this negative space. We're adding more interest, and we are creating a really cool scene now. We're adding interest to our scene, but we're also giving it like more of a sense of place. Here I'm gonna change it to be multiply so we can still get that paper texture through the back. And now you can see here, the softer I make it, the further in the background it goes. So let me do another one. Oh my goodness, welcome to the mall. Hi there. So again, I'm gonna set it to multiply. This one is 30%. I have another one at 50. So let's say, how would the sky look if it was green, black, and blue? I feel like it would be full of butterflies. So again, we're gonna take some of this. Maybe we extend our horizon here. Maybe we extend our horizon. Again, it's darker. We might even be able to bring it a little bit closer to green. I think so too, yeah. Hi there. I love your overlay. Looks amazing. Thank you so much. We're currently doing an art critique. This piece was done by Akuma King. Everything on the screen you see, aside from this art piece and my little chatter guys down there, the little guys walking around, everything else I made myself. So now I'm going to take a little bit of this green to show that it's coming closer to us. And I'm just going to very subtly turn it greener while it's closer. So now we're being given a little bit more information. And with watercolor, this would be super easy to do. Once you did this orange wash, they could literally go back over with another wash of their orange. They wouldn't even have to change the color. And they could start building on top because watercolor is additive. So you can layer over and over. So this would be super easy to do something like this. And again, too, if we wanted to, we could then start hinting at other pieces of the scenery. So we could put a little, we could put a little tree back here uh, to further show that we're still in the same universe here. We could add elements of this back here, but again, they're not pulling too much attention because they are still that like rusty orange color. But we're adding interest to the scene and giving some more context and some more detail without pulling away from what we're really focused on, which is this character here. So now, here's what we had. Let me take this. This is what we had before. And here's what we have after. Just a little bit more context in the scene. Have a good rest of the stream. Gotta go and sleep. Oh my gosh, Missy, have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate you. So now we have a little bit more interest in the scene. We've also done something called the. Oh my goodness. Hi there. Oh my gosh, Monty. Hi there, Raiders. Oh my goodness gracious. Hello, Monty. How are you? And I'm so sorry. Hi there. Hi. Welcome in Milk Raid. Hi there, Ori. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin, and my frame rate's going crazy. Hold on, let me save this. Hold on. My frame rate. Oh no, my frame rate. Let me close this. Ah. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? Monty, how are you? What were you up to today? Oh my goodness, thank you for the raid. Hold on, my frame rate's going nuts. We're doing an art critique today. This was a piece by Akuma King. I believe it was watercolor in pen. So that's really exciting. I like touching on traditional art. There we go. Fixed it. Let me reopen that then. How are you? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Raiders, welcome. If you don't already know me, I'm Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and a professional goober. And today we're talking about other people's art instead of my own. But if you'd like to check out my art, there's that mandyquincard.co. You can see all you need to see there. Was playing AFK Journey. Jaden Animations partnered up and has some loot, so her model's super. Oh heck yeah, Jaden's really fun. I haven't really watched Jaden. I haven't really watched any of their VTuber content, but I have watched their animations and such. So that's really fun. Hell yeah. Well, I hope you had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for thinking of me. Okay. Thank you so much for thinking of me. And if you need to go take a break, get some rest, please feel free. This is our last critique of the night. This is number 8, I think. So we're doing better than we did last time. I did 6 critiques in 6 hours last time, and we're at 5 hours, and I've almost finished 8, so pretty happy about that. There's a lot of grinding to do, also very hot women. Hey, you know what? Nothing says, nothing says like good grind like a hot lady, you know what I mean? I'm just kidding. Numero ocho, Spanish. Yes, absolutely. But Monty, thank you so much again. If you need to go take a break, take care of yourself, please do. But feel free to stay and then we'll be passing our pretzels. But welcome in. Thank you again for thinking of me. So yeah, this piece, let me add a little bit more green here. We're just kind of taper it off into the distance, maybe put a little bit of texture. But again, while watercolor is wet, you can blend colors way easier. So this would be fun to incorporate some of this green into the orange while it's still wet. That'd be really fun. Break for me right now is sleep. I had work today, still 3 a.m., so I'll have the computer on and keep views. Oh, I appreciate you. Please get some good rest and thank you so much. So yeah, so now we have a little bit more environment for this character to live in. Let me darken some of this corner here. This light is we're losing some of the contrast and gaining some contrast here. So let me do maybe overlay actually. And let me darken a little bit over here. Darken a little over here and lighten a little over here so that it feels a little bit more like we're, balancing it out. There we go. Or after. I will attempt a good eat. Good night. Oh my goodness. Sleep well. There we go. This is why if you specialize in traditional art, I recommend getting some comfort in digital manipulation of your piece so that if you do only have photographs of the art or a scan of the art, you can kind of fix it. So now we've added some really fun environment, but our character who stands out pretty gnarly from the background, we want to incorporate our character and our scenery pieces more into the background. One of the things, again, as a traditional artist, what would be really nice to blend everything together in the underpainting would be to use this orange ochre color and paint the whole base over your sketch. So let's say you did a pencil sketch. I would recommend taking this entire ochre color and covering the whole piece over your sketch and then doing your washes of that color over top and then integrating other colors on top either with gouache or acrylic because if you used watercolor too often the colors would get muddy and bleed over one another, but you can do a lot of layering with watercolor, especially if you have a good paper. um you can use cheap watercolor and still get a good result if you use a good paper. So if you're interested in doing watercolor or painting traditionally, get a better paper. Don't worry so much about getting good paint. Getting Hieronymus Bach vibes. Oh yeah, or Hieronymus Bosch. Yes. Oh, absolutely. All right. So one of the things now that I'm going to do, I'm going to group the whole thing together and I think what we want to do is now I'm going to take this orange color and I want to take the whole thing and I want to cover it in it. And so already you can see here, this is set to soft light. So this is as if we had painted on top of this color. I'm going to knock it down to about 80%. And now already you can see that before, after. Our green feels a little bit more warm and more like it's part of the scene. I highly recommend looking at traditional oil and watercolor painters because they will be able to show you these underpainting techniques. Um, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to very subtly erase a little bit off of the bottom so we can keep the cool and a little bit more unique color here in the front, but fade it back to these warmer colors in the back. It also places our character a little bit more in this scene. um, Also notice too that the trees and the ground have some rendering, but our character doesn't. But there is a pretty complex design. So what I want to do is I might go in and just add a little bit of rendering to our character just to help establish some light. But again, watercolor's tricky, so it really just depends. I'm going to do multiply. I'm going to set this to maybe 25%. And I'm gonna then take a part of the shadow color, this would has now become a turquoise, and maybe we can offer a little bit more presence. I'm going to change it to 50%. Where's the light source? For this image, I am going to have the light coming from behind the character, almost like it's getting darker as he approaches. For this too, you could also have the light source coming straight from above. So I think what I'll do is I'll try to, let me do 75% then, or 80%. So I'm going to try to keep it as if this character is like hunched and have the light coming from like a little bit from behind but also on the top. So let's kind of do that. We can also push and pull certain features now that we are adding shadows. So now we can get the tongue here. Let me add a little bit of lighting here to the bottom of the character. Just trying to capitalize on this looming posture that we have here. Really only grab the tops of stuff with this shadow. Add a little bit more, and we can push and pull the edges of some of these details here, kind of make it look a little bit more like, they're intended to be shaded this way. And this again in watercolor would just need Akuma to grab this like turquoise color and do another wash. It's helpful if it's still kind of wet, but you have a little bit more control if it's already dry. So now, and they already have some, they have some indications of like shape and form already. We are just playing off of what they've already provided. We are just adding a little bit more oomph to this already really cool and creative space. There we go. There we go. So now let me add a little bit here. So here's the before, here's the after. Before, after. We have the head now a little bit more distinct from the character. You can also too, there's nothing stopping you from mixing media. So either taking some white gouache or any kind of color using gouache or colored pencil and really coming back in. I'm going to do some sort of rim light too, which will further set our character apart. And we're going to pretend that I'm using gouache or even, like I said, colored pencil, and we are going to now separate some of these areas from one another. We're going to do a rim light from the back in a color that is reminiscent of our background. So it feels like it's from our background. And now we are doing what I've said before is we are lightening our lights, darkening our darks, and we're adding contrast. And that is what will help us keep things recognizable and separate from one another. And if something is a little further back, you can maybe like soften a little bit. Especially if it's like a rounded form, you can probably soften a little bit of that rim light to make it look a little bit more like it's a soft round form. Like here on the spine, it's not soft and round, but it is curved back in space. So now let me erase a little bit. And again, if you do intend to do uh like a traditional painting, this is something that you can use other materials to help you achieve. So now we're gonna get this little plate here. There we go. I think this is a really cool creature design. And I think Akuma has a really cool surrealist kind of like horror style. And I think also watercolor, and this might have been gouache, it might be watered down acrylic, but watercolor is really difficult. So I think for watercolor, especially somebody like I don't know what Akuma's experience level is, but this is pretty good. This is a pretty good attempt for watercolor. So now we're adding some really cool orange light here again, because that is the light that's in the scene. And so we have before, after, before, after. We've made this character a bit more robust. We can come in around the bottom too, and erase out a little bit of this, if we wanted to. We could add a little bit of bounce light if we wanted to, but for now, we're just touching on you know, some ideas how we can further uh get this character in this space, but also have them stand out. Um and we could do the same thing. So let me do the same thing to the trees back here to further solidify our light source. We don't want as much contrast because We don't want it to pull away from the contrast of the closest thing to us, which is the character. But now I'm going to add some shading down here, add some more, you know, volume to these trees. And again, this would be something that could be achieved really easily with a wash. We don't want the color to be too intense. We don't want it to be too deep because if it was, then we would add too much contrast and it would get rid of that depth that we were creating. Again, we're going to come back here, push this back a little, and then we're going to add a little bit of depth. There we go. Before, after, before, after. And two, we could also, make sure that there's a lot of light in the background here. So let me grab this like yellowy light. And we want to make sure that the claws and the legs on this character stand out. So let's add a little bit more of that light here to further push, again, push the contrast so the character stands out against the background. We've added more light here. And now the character's arm is pushed forward. Our tree is pushed backward. And I will do that same thing here just to, fix it up. Erase, 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 erase. Erase, erase. And we'll kind of incorporate that into the rest of the tree. So now, we can see we've pushed our lights and our darks. And we can do the same thing over here, just a little bit. I don't want to make it too crazy, but there we go. There we go. I really like the idea of the mouths in the tree. I think that's really cool. Oh my god, another oop, there we go. There we go. Let me grab a little bit more of the darks. Ginger, they do look like ginger. I like that a lot. And again, too, pushing areas of contrast deeper. Again, darken your darks, lighten your lights. It does depend on the material of the tree too. But we're really just trying to push some stuff back, push some other stuff forward. Let me make this river a little bit more intense. Again, offering a little bit more variety to the color here. Maybe even to adding a little bit more of this orange instead of having it be pure red, having it be more orange as it goes back in space. Let's do this lighter color here. All right. So yeah, so these are just a couple things we can do, and of course, because I'm going over a traditional piece, it's getting a little muddy, so I might knock down that contrast just a little bit to avoid it being muddy, and I also don't want it to be too crazy. Oops, there we go. So this is 60% now. So here is here's what we got there, and this is just the lighting effects. Let me group these: before lighting, after lighting. It really just kind of puts the character into the space, rather than sitting on top of it. Um, but yeah, a lot of subtle changes too. The obviously the temperature has shifted pretty drastically. But we were able to get something that was really really cool and really just played with the cool ideas that Akama already had. Let me erase some of these. A little, just kind of there we go. But yeah, we're just using what Akama gave us, and for composition, the reason why I brought that background up as high as I did is the rule of 2/3. So if we divided our canvas into thirds, we can now see that before we did any of our editing, before we did any editing, oops, all of the compositional space was mostly taken up by the bottom quarter of this piece. So we have brought imagery up to 2/3. So by doing this, we have added scenery to kind of bring it up into these 2/3 being full. Um, and we've also added some lighting to make this feel more harmonious. One of the things that I would recommend to make this composition even cooler is play into maybe a more exaggerated pose. He's already kind of crazy looking over here, but it could be that maybe this character is framed differently. So let me see if I can't make like a silhouette to show. So maybe the character, maybe our angle is more up. So we're looking up at this character. The head, here, maybe there's like this looming presence of like arms here, the pelvis here, these huge legs over, and maybe there we see a little bit more of the sky. We could do like a fisheye kind of effect, or even cooler is having the character loom down over us, still this like foreshortened, but having the character kind of take up more of the space. Uh, Triangles are really strong compositional elements. So maybe instead of having the body posed in this M shape here, we could have this arm reared back. We could do like a fun thing with the claws, and maybe this arm is here, or like gripping onto a tree here, Maybe this tree comes back here and he's gripping onto it really intensely. This leg, something like this, gripping into the earth. Maybe this leg is like down, like it's leaning, and so we still have the head here, we still have this exaggerated form, but we're kind of leaning into this big diagonal here. Let me use a different color. We're leaning into this sharp diagonal, going into like this triangular shape here. That could push the character and also involve him in the space. So, by having this character grip onto the base of a tree, you know, our character is now in the scene, in the space, touching it actually. Um, we could incorporate some foreshortening as well. So maybe the hand, maybe one of the hands is reaching out, something like this, it all just depends on what we're going for. But I think honestly, I think this is a really cool piece. I think it's a really cool environment. And I think Akuma should be proud because watercolor is hard. So yeah. Do you guys have any questions or comments, concerns, conundrums? Let me just export this real quick. It's a big piece too. This photo is huge. Let's do 35%. There we go. I don't want this to be a GIF. I want this to be a PNG. I was wondering why it was so large. My goodness. There we go. There we go. Oh no, the ads! Ah! Or Norima. Hmm, that's a good question. Hold on. Yes, paint. We could do a shadow for the creature. We could do a shadow for the creature. Let me add that. Let me go. Is this my multiplier? It is. Let me grab the shadow. Oops. There we go. We're adding a little bit of shadow for the creature. There we go. There we go. And a shadow for the tree. Why not? Let's do a little shadow for the tree. A little shadow for the tree. There we go. There we go. Little shadow, shadow. Little shadow. There we go. A little bit of that. There we go. Perfect. There we go. There we go. We added a little bit of shadow in there. Perfect. There we go. All right, let me export this. Save for web. PNG. And I'm going to knock it down to like 25% because it's big. Oh my God. But yeah, I think the character design being blue versus orange, I think was very smart. Oh, welcome back, ad havers. There we go. There we go. There, I'm saving it, exporting it. I added a little bit of shadow underneath the critter. All right, so we finished 8 critiques today, which is wild. Let me double check. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we did do 8 today, which is wild, guys. Oh my gosh. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. I hope you guys liked the critique. Let me go over to our chatting screen. Let me close this first though, because I think it's gonna go wild. Yeah, this looks crazy good. Yeah, uh I really like the horror elements. I think it was such a fun environment, very surreal, very cool. Let me get over to my other screen and I'll also move myself over. And I'll go to chatting. Boop. Alrighty, hold on. Let me put some of my stuff away. Guys, I hope you enjoyed today's critique. These streams tend to go a little long, so and not much longer than what we're used to already. Let me see if I can. I'm just literally physically moving myself from one space to the next. Yeah, hell yeah. But I hope you guys had a wonderful time with this art critique today. I am so excited that you guys have been getting some good advice from these. Let me move my mic too. There we go. I'm glad you guys have been getting some good critique from these, some good let me see what this is. Hello? Got a gift sub and I was confused. But yeah, I hope you guys have been getting some good use out of these critiques. I hope you guys have had a good time uh contributing as well. You guys have had really good ideas and really fun things to say. You've all been really constructive and really awesome. Is the audio playing in the scene? Yes, it is. Okay. I was about to say I was like, is there any audio? Yes, there is. But also to the raiders that are still here, welcome raiders. Thank you so much for passing your community along to me. It means a lot to me that you guys come in here and that you guys have been, sharing with me. Let me see if I can't find somebody fun for us to pass our pretzels on to. It is a Sunday night, so I'm sure there's a lot of really fun folks out. There we see. Let me see. Ooh, Do you guys want art? Or are you guys interested in let's see. There's a lot of people doing all sorts of fun stuff. Hmm. Let me see. Let me take a look at this individual. I think they're in the middle of an ad. What are they doing? They're doing some fun. It looks like 3D modeling, maybe. Hmm. That's kind of fun. Let me take a look at this person. Their comms are open. They're doing goodie bag stuff. Ooh, mascot designs. All right, y'all want to see somebody designing some mascots? I think that could be pretty fun. Oh my gosh, we've rated into this person before. This is Bargs Black. They make really fun art. They've done some mascot design for a couple other VTubers, which is really cool. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, y'all. Let's raid into Bargs again. We've rated into them before, so if you're interested in some really cool art, please stick around. Past those pretzels, the raid message is exclamation point raid. And I can't wait to see you guys for the next one. Let me get that raid message too. Let me do what I don't like is when I go into the thingamabob. There we go. Here's our raid message. It takes me out of there. So here's our raid message. Please, everybody, pass those pretzels. And thank you so much for hanging out for the art critique. You can submit, and anybody that submitted today, we will be getting to you next month, and I will update the date for that. For now, have a wonderful night, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Let's go, everybody.